This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Gerald Uden says he put the bodies of his 1980 murder victims in barrels and sunk them in the Fremont Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that OSAR found a barrel 388 feet deep last week.
This independent search and rescue organization known as OSAR said, we're going to go see if we can find this barrel. People spent months looking for anything before, and these guys go out there, and within the first day, within the first handful of hours, they find exactly what people have been looking for. They were stunned, and now comes the extraction phase.
Uden initially denied having a role in their killings or disappearances, but Stacy Koester kept pressing, and eventually he admitted to killing them. After an agitated bison flipped a 65-year-old man in Yellowstone last weekend, it charged after another group of campers. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the bison targeted a 12-year-old.
According to an eyewitness that I spoke to, the bison rampage continued at the same campground. There were 4 people in the E-loop of the Bridge Bay campground. 2 of those people were from Switzerland, a mother and her 12-year-old son. And at one point, the bison was targeting both of them. It was highly agitated. Thankfully, they managed to find safety in a bathroom that was on site.
Joshua Lewis spoke to the 2 men who successfully distracted the bison, and they were going over every detail in exasperation. They seemed to be experienced backcountry hikers, which added to their dismay in the moment. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver Update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
I'm Brent Bien, the only candidate for governor who has always stood against hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. AI data centers are not coming here for our way of life. They're coming for our cheap energy, water, open land, and current tax incentives. Our youth are already raising concerns about AI, its impact on our environment, jobs, privacy, creativity, and our future. Vote for me, Brent Bien, for governor on August 18th, because I will say no to hyperscale data centers in Wyoming.
Brent Bien is one of us.
Paid for by Brent Bien for governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Friday rejected all the appeals a former foster dad made to overturn his 128 to 178 year sentence. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he sexually abused children.
Steve Marler was convicted last April for sexually abusing and physically abusing children who had been his foster kids. He was a formerly award-winning foster dad, and he had adopted kids, and the testimony ranged fairly graphic, explicit, and severe. Some of that testimony consisted of other acts evidence, which is where a witness is allowed to talk about things you have done that aren't evidence underpinning one of the crimes for which you've been charged. Now, Marler on appeal had contested many portions of his trial.
Stephen Marler, 51, was not deprived of a fair trial in April 2025, says a unanimous majority opinion by Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Robert Jarosz issued Friday. An RV appeared to lose its brake on the Teton Pass Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports it was weaving through traffic before somehow reaching the bottom without crashing.
Last Wednesday, a Jackson videographer named Jeff Bernard captured a terrifying video of a motorhome that apparently had lost its brakes. As it careened around the pass, you could see smoke. Bernard said it was especially concerning because there had just been a fatal wreck about 1 week earlier on July 7th that resulted in 2 fatalities with 4 people injured. Luckily, this did not result in a crash. Bill Sniffen, who's had over 50,000 miles pulling a motorhome, says that often you'll smell something or hear something before you know something is wrong, and it is terrifying.
Wednesday's close call serves as another reminder of how quickly a routine drive can become an emergency. Bernhard tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "It demands more respect than what most people give it." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Good morning. It's Monday, July 20, and it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Guests today, and we got a lot of them. We're going to pack them all in here. Col Wes Martin will join us this hour, moments away. We'll talk about the latest in Iran. U.S.-Iran. Could this blow up into a full-scale war, bringing other countries into it? No end in sight. Jeff Herman will be here, editor-in-chief for LawnStarter. And I'm so fascinated to speak with Jeff because I am the new owner of a lawn. And I fear I'm doing everything wrong. And that may be a lawn owner's nightmare. It keeps you up at night, right? You're like, should I water at night or early in the morning? How much should I water, etc., etc.? Jeff Herman, he'll lay it all out for us. Don't call them antelope. They're pronghorn, and Rich Guenzel will get mad if you use the wrong thing. Guenzel is a pronghorn specialist, no other way to put it. Jessica Crowder, running for House District 43, will check in with that candidate and how her campaign is going. Speaking of campaigns, Jillian Balow joins us today. She's running for U.S. House, the former superintendent of public instruction, on the show today. Alex Shebar, Fun Biz Concessions, where to go to eat the best food at Cheyenne Frontier Days. If you got the daddy of them all kind of hunger, we'll tell you which food vendors to head to. Matt Rasmussen is on today. Matt is a snake charmer. He's a herpetologist. Let's just say he's crazy about snakes. Larry Morgan, fascinating dude. Splits time between Chic, Jackson Hole, and I think Florida is his other place, but he's traveling. He's the author of The Closer. In fact, they call Larry The Closer. Larry Morgan has come a long way from Superior, Wyoming, a ghost town, and Iowa, where he grew up. It's just a fascinating rags to riches story of Larry Morgan. We don't have enough time set aside to talk with Larry. Zach Sontag is on the show today, and the huge breaking story, nobody else has it, nobody's done it, Cowboy State Daily, and evidence that a triple murderer has finally admitted. He has been telling all kinds of stories. I didn't do it. The bodies can be found here. Like, he's just one cockamamie story after another. His latest story finally is an admission of murdering his then wife and 2 kids, stuffing them in barrels, and sinking them in Fremont Lake. Authorities at first thought this is another story from this murder, but it turns out there are barrels at the bottom of Fremont Lake. The effort to get them to the surface and find out what's in them is underway. Zach Sontag, along with Jen Coker, broke that story for the Cowboy State Daily. Huge story. Dan Starks, the man behind the Military Museum outside of Du Bois, will be on the show today. He'll explain how his dream has come into fruition. Just 8 miles east of Du Bois is a fantastic facility. Dan will be the first to tell you, I never thought of a museum. I was just a collector of military stuff. Look at now. It's become a huge museum, a destination location, and just woven now into the fabric of the community that is Never Sweat. Dan Starks, a perfect fit in Du Bois with his tanks and his parade military stuff. And why, Dan, is he running tanks over the top of Hondas and other vehicles? Dan has a lot to chat about. Speaking of Du Bois, Ben Barto is the new owner of the Outlaw. Ben Barto is reviving Bone Daddy. He's an artist, knife maker, and the new owner of the Outlaw Saloon in downtown Du Bois. He'll be on the show today as well. So you can see we got a lot to get to on this Monday. Weather forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. The day weather forecast, sunny and hot in Casper, upper 90s. Sunny, hot today in Riverton, same. Evanston, just a slight chance of rain afternoon. Otherwise, highs 88 with sunshine. Green River, 96, plenty of sun. Pinedale, clouds on the increase, upper 80s. Sunny and hot in Alpine, highs 97. You did not normally see steady 90s in Alpine when I first moved here. That's totally new. Du Bois, sunny and 86. Boy, you're going to lose your nickname Never Sweat with highs in 86 in Du Bois. Sunny 94 in Jackson. Again, that is highly unusual. I've been here 30 years. I can remember it getting to 93 once. And we've been steady in the 90s for over a week now. Dude, I don't want to say the words climate change or global warming, but that is different. Thermopolis, 98 and sunny. Cody, sunshine, breezy, 91. Buffalo, sunny, breezy, 91. Patchy smoke in Sheridan. That's from, I think, not the Canada fires, but fires in, I think, Washington State, somewhere in the Pacific Northwest. Sunny and hot otherwise, Sheridan, 94. Gillette, a little bit of smoke as well. Otherwise, sunshine, 95. Newcastle, smoke, chance of rain in the afternoon, highs 97. Torrington, 102. And sunshine, heat advisory. Douglas as well, 99 and sunny. Cheyenne, slight chance of rain around 3-ish. Clouds on the increase, highs 94. Laramie, 87. Rawlins, sunny, hot, 91. So just about everybody in the 90s, a few 80s in there in some mountain towns. But, I mean, it's as hot as it's going to get in a summer, July 20th, which is normal. I mean, I'll grant Don Day that when he tries to say that weather is just behaving according to the averages. Okay. If it's ever going to be 94 in fill in the blank town in Wyoming, it's going to be July 20th. That's our hottest month. Still, steady 90s. with nary a thunderstorm, although we're starting to see monsoonal moisture creep into the picture a little bit. But just steady Eddie hot is If I don't know how you call that normal. That's not normal. In Jackson, 6,400 feet above sea level. Seriously, I once I saw it in the 90s, 93, and I remember that day because I was riding a horse. I should have never been on a horse that day. It was too hot. And I was taking the world's laziest paint horse straight up. I was trying to get to the top of Munger Mountain, if you know that in Jackson. I was on a horse ride. That was a day it was to be 93 for a high. It was not yet in the 90s, but it was hot. It was the morning, and I was taking this horse up, up, up. And there was every indication this lazy horse. Oh, my goodness, he was so lazy. He was great with kids. I eventually sold him, this horse, to a veterinarian who had a bunch of kids, and the kids would 4-H on him because I told the vet came to doctor him once. He had a hematoma on his back. And the vet said, he's such a pleasure to work on. He's so chill. You can do anything to this horse. And I said, you're right. He's the kindest horse. If you are riding him and you're going under a tree and with low-hanging branches, this is the kind of horse that would slow down, kind of turn around and make sure you were going to fit under that lowest branch. Really? Like, I can think of other horses that would rub you off on a tree or purposely kind of speed up. They're like, oh, there's a low branch. I'm going to knock this sucker right off me. This horse was so nice. If you were under his feet, if you were a little kid and you fell off him, he would stop so he wouldn't step on you. I mean, he was just so nice. But he was not about going up Munger Mountain in 90-degree weather. He's like, nope, I had other plans for the day. So I had another horse with me. I had a friend riding this other horse, and she was having trouble on this horse. The horse was agitated. So I got off and I tried to, and then the horse spooked, her horse spooked, turned around, threw her off, and headed back downhill to the trailer. Oh. And I had gotten off my horse. He was fairly good at ground tying, but not that day. He quit me too, and both those horses were down at the trailer when we walked down about 45 minutes later. And it was 93 degrees that day. Loaded them up in the trailer, got in the truck, and it said 93. Hottest day I remember. That was way back, like, I don't know, early 2000, in the aughts. I've never seen it even touch 90 since then. And now we've been regular in Jackson, 90 to 94 every day for like 8-9 days. That's not normal, Don. Although, just as our cold winters have managed to keep Californians at bay, Californians love coming out here and enjoying all the things that are not California. And then they buy a second or third home. And usually our vicious cold winters would run them right back to Cali. Going back to Cali. That's a song. Who is that? That's Notorious. Biggie. Right? Oh, man, I'm so easily distracted. Going back to Cali. Yeah, it's, it's LL Cool J. Sorry. LL Cool J going, yeah, and our cold, as soon as it hit 20 below for 3 days in a row, goodbye, Californians. They stuck a for sale sign in their house, and they're like, I don't know what I was ever thinking. This place was great in August. It's brutal in January. And off they would go. Similarly, I think now Texans and Coloradans who are trying to come up here to beat the heat in the summer, they enjoy our cool summers. Now they're being chased off by 95, 98, 102. They get here and they're like, there have been, seriously, in the last 10 days, there have been lots of days where Wyoming was hotter than Texas. Pick a spot in Texas. So maybe weather is complying. Maybe weather is saying we're going to chase off all the Texans now and make it too hot for them in Wyoming. Maybe. I'm all about weather decreasing Wyoming's population. I'm all about decreasing population in general. I know that bucks the trend. I know every elected I ever had on this show says economic development. We got to keep our kids at home. We get more people in here. Not me. I'm Katie bar the door. I'm in. You're in. Shut the door. And maybe these high summer temps will keep Texans out. I don't know. Nothing against Texans. Great state. I love most Texans I've ever met. Good people. Just don't want them living here or anyone else. But that's me. All right. Again, these stories in the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend, fantastic stories, none bigger than the barrel found in Fremont Lake. Fremont Lake in the Wind River Range. If you don't know Fremont, it is the biggest lake in the Winds, and it is deep. In fact, locals just call it the Deep, with depths ranging to 600 feet estimate. This barrel was found nearly 400 feet deep. That's very deep for divers, for instance, to work in that kind of deep visibility near zero. And according to whatever sonar they use, there is a barrel down there or two. Zach Sontag, along with Jen Coker, has the story of a decades-old triple murder. And the man thought responsible, who has recently admitted, finally, to the killings. And while he has told authorities a lot of tall tales, this one, the tallest of all, there was reason to maybe believe him this time. And when he said that he did kill his family and stuffed them in barrels and sunk them in Fremont Lake, there was reason to believe him this time. And one man did, Bill Dose. And it's been costly. It's been consuming his life. But he did find evidence. He, along with new technology, has found evidence of barrels in the bottom of Fremont. I think I've got something here where his exact words, Carter Sinclair's exact words. He was the mission's drone operator. He saw a blip on the sonar and he said, I think I got something here. You're effing SHing me, said Dose. He couldn't believe it. So there's something. A ribbed and rusted oil drum in the bottom of Fremont. Now, we don't know what's in it. It has to be brought to the surface, and I think there's efforts underway to do that. But what a story. Nobody else has this. Zach Sontag with the story. Read about it in the Cowboy State Daily. Zach will be on later in the show to talk more about it. Let's get to Col Wes Martin after this.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
All right, we're back in studio on this Monday Cowboy State Daily Show, joined by Colonel Wes Martin. Just a little background. Combat tours served by this guy, Senior Anti-Terrorism Force Protection Officer for all the coalition forces in Iraq during operations there. That includes Freedom 1, Freedom 2, anti-terrorism been his specialty in Iraq. He responsible for, well, he's gone up against Al-Qaeda. He's face to face with them. He's done a lot of stuff. Now, Colonel, I want to talk about the latest in Iran. I know you've been a while out of the picture, and I'm sure you follow it. It's just been a while since you've been lugging an M4 around the desert. Let's just say that. But yeah, are you keeping up with what's going in Iran? Because I have so many questions.
Very much so. I have 608 scores to settle with the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Back in 2019, that's the number that the Pentagon put on how many American warriors in Iraq were killed by these people. I'm Scots-Irish by heritage. We don't forget.
Yeah.
And we don't give up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we're seeing a little of that right now, what you would call retaliation. President Trump with, what is it now? I think we're on day 8 of bombings as he is escalating things in Iran for the service members killed, 2, 3 killed. So there's one question. Is it just me, or are we not hearing about casualties or injuries in this Iranian conflict? Why are we not hearing?
What's happening? The body count. That's a bad way to put it.
Yeah.
The killed in action are right now 17. This past weekend, 3 were killed in Jordan. Unfortunately, EOD ordnance people. 2 had a piece of ordnance go off on them, killed 1, wounded 1. The body count is continuing, and we keep hearing the president say we have depleted Iran. They have no more military. As Lieutenant General Jim Adams pointed out, and he's commander of Defense Intelligence Agency, back at the beginning of the war, when everyone was saying, oh, we've wiped out the military, he said the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, the IRGC, still has thousands of drones and missiles. And that's what we're seeing right now. Yes, Trump cut off the head of the snake, but he's thinking like a Westerner. Middle East, it's the body of the spider. And you kill mama spider, all the babies jump off her back, and that's what we're putting up with right now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know anything about anything. I'm armchairing the Middle East, but I see that. There is cutting off the head of the snake is just a fruitless effort, because Well, let's talk about that. What is Iran's military? Is it, and then is that different from state-sponsored terrorism? All these guerrilla things we might see. There's Iran's military force, and then there's a whole bunch of other dark,
It's the dark that we have to be concerned with.
Yeah.
Iran Navy is gone. Iran Air Force with planes, it's gone. The regular army, they're basically under house arrest inside Iran. Their commanders belong to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. They're being contained because the Iranian government knows if they go out into the street to put down the demonstrations, they will probably join the people. It's the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, which is at least before the war began, 125,000 strong. That was like Saddam's Republican Guard. They're very, very brainwashed. They'll die without hesitation. Those are the ones controlling the country. Those are the ones exporting the terrorism. Sub-element of those is the Quds Force. That translates to Jerusalem Force. That was Qasem Soleimani's organization, the export of international terrorism. But then you have the Ministry of Intelligence and Security. And back in almost a decade ago, when I was at an Iranian resistance rally in Paris, Asdullah Assadi from the MOIS ended up going to Belgium to dispatch a team of people to go ahead and blow up, a sleeper cell to blow up the conference I was at. And that conference was attended by at least 50,000. And among those attendees was Newt Gingrich, Rudy Giuliani, former FBI Director Louis Freeh, Struan Stevenson of Scotland, and I think even numerous prime ministers, former prime ministers from Europe and Canada were there. So they were intending to put us out. Somebody got word to the Interpol, and the Belgian, French, and German police teamed together. Beautiful operation. They stopped him right at the French border, got the ordnance. Assadi was racing back through Germany to get to Austria, where he worked out of that embassy. Polizei got him. In his vehicle was a green notebook, and it identified at least 20 sleeper cells throughout Europe. And we've got sleeper cells here in America, too. We can't be blind to that. So, and then also you have the Basij. That's kind of a militia that goes around attacking the Iranian people themselves.
It's so confusing trying to figure out who is the enemy that in the end you're left with, well, whoever's pointing a gun at us, I mean, whoever's flying drones toward us, that's the enemy. There are so many sleeper cells, so much, weird hierarchy and paramilitary. Let's talk about Iran, though, as a country. Is there any hope that if you remove a leader, which we did, cut off the head of the snake, Iran's been so good at just growing another head. Can we affect any regime change? We've talked to Iranian people who say the people hate their leadership for the most part. They would love to see some switch. Can Iran fix itself from within?
It can, and that's the way it's going to have to be fixed. The Iranian people, like in America, in different parts of the country, we have people of different heritage and different ethnic groups. In the southeast, you have the Baluch. Southwest, you have the Arabs. The northwest, you have the Kurds. In the north center, you have the Azeri, and 55% of the population, they are Persian. They don't want the government. They've been under siege, really, since 1953, when the Shah was in power. He vacated in 1979. Bani Sadr was trying to build a democracy, and it looked like it was off to a good start, except Ayatollah Khomeini comes in, and he ends up taking over the government, and now you have this extremist, fundamentalist Islamic Republic. And as a result, they went from tyranny to tyranny. But the people do want to go ahead and bring an end to the government. That's why I keep saying President Trump needs to reach out to the people. And I don't mean baby Pahlavi, the Shah's son, who's now saying that he can go in and rebuild everything. I've read his plan of action. It's 167 pages. The first 2 chapters read like Adolf Hitler's Enabling Act of 1933. Give me complete power. I will go ahead and fix it and turn it back over to the people. We saw how that worked in Germany. It will work the same way in Iran if baby Pahlavi is allowed back in power. But the Iranian people, I keep saying, they need to find a Sam Houston, a Cochise, or even a Crazy Horse. You're from Wyoming, and you got to admit, Crazy Horse was a great warrior and a great leader, and he knew how to organize people on the fly. That's what they need inside Iran. And I keep pushing because I had to translate to them then what Crazy Horse was because they thought I meant an insane riding animal. But I'm working closely with the Iranian resistance, and we're making progress. But Trump needs to reach out to the Iranian people.
Colonel Martin, just pardon me for jumping around, but there's just so many questions. What about, I mean, the core notion, the reason the U.S. is even involved, some of it was, Israel's insistence, Israel intelligence, maybe finding nuclear ambitions. I mean, at the heart of it, whenever asked, President Trump said, well, we had to get involved to make sure Iran is not pursuing nuclear weapons. Is there any indication they were enriching uranium? They were on a path to creating nukes.
Oh, they are determined to create nuclear weapons. And they try to say, oh, well, we're doing peaceful research. David Bergman, the former chair of the Israeli Atomic Energy Commission, correctly said there are no 2 nuclear energies. You get the peaceful, you get the war. And that's what they're doing. And they're an oil-rich country. Why do they need nuclear reactors? No, they're after a war machine. And let's face it, they're the #1 nation-state exporter of international terrorism. They're out to destroy the world. They keep saying death to America, death to Israel. Now, Trump, I wish he would have listened to the Weinberger-Powell doctrine. Yes, there were vital interests in nonviolent means had been exhausted, but he did not identify objectives that were clear and attainable. He did not go through the cost and risk analysis. He had no plausible exit strategy. The consequences weren't considered. Didn't get American public support. Didn't get international support. And when he says, well, he wants NATO to come in, Article 5 of NATO pertains to a nation within NATO having been attacked. It does not mean our attacking. And the other problem Trump is facing is wars are fought not on existing budgets. They're fought on supplemental budgets, which is money granted by Congress. He did not engage Congress. We're going through our basic load ordinance right now, firing into Iran. That needs to be replaced. That needs a supplemental budget.
Well, yeah, the cost of this conflict, I can't imagine. It's escalating every day. All right, so and also the lack of an end game, I think, is a huge question posed to President Trump a lot, and we just don't see it. Let me ask you whether this thing. I mean, right now we're in a ceasefire, then a not ceasefire. We have an agreement. We don't have an agreement. We've been all over the place with this thing. But right now, where we are currently, it is probably the most escalated we've seen the conflict. Could other countries get involved? And is President Trump, is the U.S. worried China, friendly to Iran, could get involved, Russia? And then, this could become a real war.
We could find ourselves, if we're not careful, going into World War III. I think China and Russia are already involved in providing intelligence and providing logistics. Combat is fought in 5 battle spaces: air, land, sea, space, and cyberspace. We cannot put American forces on the ground because the drone attack, it will be like Little Bighorn all over again, all those drones coming in. And we saw the effectiveness of one of the drones this weekend. It was a precision hit with probably about 6 pounds of explosives that detonated on a unit. But I'm sure Russia and China is providing what support they can under the table. Now, here's the problem with China, is they want Taiwan. If we get ourselves tied down in Iran in this war of attrition, then China is going to feel emboldened to go ahead and attack. Russia is already attacking Ukraine. And fortunately, Venezuela has now become more compliant with Maduro, taking up residency in New York City, waiting to find out his long-term future, which don't look too good. But I wish Trump would read The Guns of August. JFK, John Kennedy did that just prior to the Cuban Missile Crisis, and all the generals are saying, let's go in, let's clean up Cuba, let's do this. And Kennedy was saying, no, let's exercise restraint. And he reached out to Khrushchev, and they worked it out. We'll take weapons out of Turkey. They'll take weapons out of Cuba. It's settled down. But having read The Guns of August, Kennedy realized one thing can lead to another, to another, to another, and before you know it, you have a whole world at war. We need to go back and study the basics of conflict, and I wish Trump or Hegseth would do this. Instead, Hegseth is right now worried about the body fluids inside men. Unreal. I can't believe he came out with that. But anyway, we need to focus, and we need to develop a long-term battle strategy that includes the Iranian people.
Hegseth recently announced if the testosterone levels of Marines are too low, they would be required to be transferred to the Navy. Just kidding. It's just ridiculousness. One last thing, we're talking to Colonel Wes Martin, one of the many experts we've had on to talk about the Middle East crisis, which has now reached yet another a fevered pitch, 9 straight nights of strikes over there. Oil up above $90 a barrel again. Here we go. One last thing, and it's maybe a weird segue, but you were mentioning drones. I think in the Russia-Ukraine thing, the world watched as drones took the forefront in military conflict. Drones are the future. Hey, what is the U.S. up on this? How does fighting with drones change everything?
Oh, it will change. It already has. Look at Ukraine. It's a big country, but Putin thought he was going to walk into there and completely take it over. Well, the Iranian people fought back because the Iranian people had a secret weapon that the Russians did not. And that secret weapon is they learned how to use their NCO, their Sergeant's Corps. So Russians, they have to have generals and colonels make decisions. Learning from the Americans, the Ukrainians had sergeants making decisions on the immediate spot. That pushed them back, and Ukraine had time to develop the drones. Now Ukraine is whipping up on Russia, and it's a stalemate. Well, we're seeing that same stalemate, and those drones are going to start hitting everywhere. And who's to say those sleeper cells don't have drones here in America already? We don't know.
Colonel Wes Martin joining us in this early morning. The Middle East conflict still going, which means we still need to have Colonel Martin on our speed dial. We'll be with you again at some point. Thanks for coming on.
I appreciate it. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with Jeff Herman.
So, how's that boosted social media post working out for you?
Oh, you mean the one my mom liked twice?
Brutal.
You know what does get attention in Wyoming?
Cowboy State Daily Radio. With Cowboy State Daily Radio, your business gets real statewide exposure through interviews, sponsorships, and advertising people actually remember.
Because nobody wakes up excited to see another banner ad, but they will remember hearing your business on Cowboy State Daily Radio.
Advertise with Cowboy State Daily Radio today. Contact me, Piper Fenimore, at piper@cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
done the hard part. You quit smoking. Now do the easy part and get scanned for lung cancer. If you smoked, you may still be at risk, but early detection could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
We're back to it. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. It's early morning, so I hope your irrigation system is watering the lawn right now before you start throwing water right into the hot air. I have so many questions for our next guest. Jeff Herman is on. Jeff, I am... 3 months ago, this would have been, for me, a kind of a ho-hum discussion because I don't own a lawn, I don't have a lawn. But I'm a recent homeowner with a nice big lawn I've inherited. It's irrigated, but I noticed the sprinklers come on at 10:30 at night. And that might be a problem, but before we dive in, Jeff Herman, editor-in-chief for LawnStarter, and he's going to help us all you folks that have a lawn as we get into the heat of summer. And man, we're in at 90 degrees in Wyoming for many of us today again. Keeping the lawn alive, Jeff.
Yeah, the first thing to do is that 10 o'clock watering, not the best thing for you to do.
Huh.
Set your sprinkler for between 5 and 9 in the morning. That's the best time to water your lawn.
Okay, early morning. I think most of us get it that having sprinklers or watering your lawn in the heat of the day is not a good thing. Why is that, Jeff? I mean, it's so hot. What water gets into the ground, right? Not much.
Exactly. That's the most important thing. Realizing that if you water in the heat of the day, it's not really going to reach those roots. You want to make sure that it has plenty of time to stay down and really nourish your grass. Otherwise, it's just going to bake your grass even more.
Okay, let's go to another one. For those of us on the rainfall, what is the name of the number one irrigation?
I thought it was Rainbird.
Rainbird.
Yeah.
Rainbird. I got a different one than Rainbird. If you're doing your settings, let's say, or if you're manually watering and you want to move the sprinkler around every so often, about how long, what is the sweet spot? How much water does grass want and need? I got the sprinklers coming on and they go, like I said, at night. I'm going to have to change that according to Jeff. I got them going a half hour. Is that too much, too little? And of course, it all depends.
That's about right. 25 minutes to 30 minutes is the best sweet spot for watering your grass. And don't do it every day. You can do it like every couple of days. Your grass needs 1 inch to 1.5 inches of water per week. So, don't do it every day. Just make sure that you're getting that through the course of that week.
Okay, let's say you're lugging hoses around. You're doing something manually, or you could be, doing the irrigation system. But I'm thinking of those who, they're watering manually. They can't do this every day. It's not a full-time job. I got other things I got to do. Is it okay? In fact, are we better off to kind of, put a good soaker on every day or 3, rather than a little bit at a time and constantly move it?
Absolutely. The best recommendation is to make sure that you have deep watering. That's a longer period of time. And also make sure that it's infrequent. It's not every day. It's every few days.
Okay, and you mentioned my 10:30 at night timing for watering lawn not recommended. What's the problem there? Does grass not drink water at night? What am I worried about at night?
No, that's the second best option is in the evening. The reason you hesitate to do it during the evening is because that leaves you ripe for like fungal diseases in your grass because that water will sort of soak everything up. And then through the course of the evening, you're kind of leaving things open to lawn disease.
Oh, and what does lawn disease look like? Because I've noticed, I don't know what it is, whether it's fungus, but there are some brown patches, and I know it's getting water. What's going on?
Sometimes that's related to a dog. Sometimes that's related to the heat. Sometimes it's just related to, you've got a patch that's not really thriving. So then the good thing is in August, you can overseed. August and September, overseed for those brown patches so that they'll be green again come springtime.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit about the course of the summer. Spring is come and gone, but should I be changing changing how much I water? Should I be, let's talk about lawn care beginning to end. By beginning, I mean spring when finally the snow melts, which Jeff and here in Wyoming could be June. That's when you get to see your lawn again. And then take us to fall. So in the spring, do we want to aerate? Do we want to punch holes in it? Or what are we doing in spring for the most part? Are we throwing a lot of water on? How do we get our lawn prepped in spring?
You want to make sure that you have a good yard cleanup. So anything that's left over from winter, you want to make sure you've got a smooth area without anything to obstruct the mower when you're all started. And get your mower in shape too. You have to make sure you've got everything, kind of tune up for your mower or, the battery is charged, all the things that you need to do to make sure you're good to go. And then we're ready to mow. Just make sure that you do this. Weekly is best for the health of your grass, but bi-weekly will work too. But for the health of your grass, mowing weekly is the very best way to go.
And now when we get into the heat of summer where we are now, I've heard, and I'm just because I'm lazy, I'm going to put this into practice. I don't want to mow a lot, and I don't want to mow it down, put my setting too low. I want to leave the grass a little bit long, and I think that helps when the sun's beating down on it, yeah?
Right, absolutely. Mow your grass, set your height a little bit higher than usual, 2.5 inches to 3 inches. That allows the grass to be able to shade the roots, so it's not going to, it's not going to burn the roots quite so much, and it also helps to crowd out the weeds. So a little bit higher during the summertime, and you may not need to mow every week. You can take it and just follow your grass when it's telling you it's time to mow, and also never mow more than 1/3 of that grass height because that is, you don't want to scalp your grass.
Yeah, good advice. I let my lawn go a little far, and I'm doing there's different mowers. I'm sure that LawnStarter, well, maybe LawnStarter is taking money from different manufacturers, but the zero turn, I would love to have one of those. It's a little out of the budget. So I'm doing a push mower, old fashioned, and boy, everybody is getting away from gas, Jeff. Everybody, Honda quit doing gas in 2023, and they were the best mower going. So I tried a different brand, and it choked. It just couldn't do it. I had to go to battery. Batteries are pretty strong.
Right. And what's happening is we actually had a calculator on the website so that you could figure out whether it makes more sense to you have electric equipment, battery equipment, or gas equipment. In every zip code across the United States, if you're a homeowner, electric now is the way to go. It will pay for itself. You don't have to do with the maintenance for the tune-ups and stuff like that from year to year. You don't have to change oil and spill it on your grass. All those things that you don't have to worry about with gas. Plus, the cost of gas is going up, so staying up there. So electric is the smarter way to go. But if you're mowing professionally as a lawn mowing pro, the only state where it makes sense to have electric at this point is California. If you're a lawn mowing pro, gas still gets the job done and allows you to be able to get a whole lot more lawn done with power and strength. So if you're doing a lot of lawns, gas is the way to go because you don't have to change out those batteries every couple of lawns. So, it's just a smarter way to go. But for a homeowner like you, electric is going to be the way to go eventually.
Yeah, those professional companies are going sun up to sun down, lawn after lawn after lawn. They probably got the heavy equipment, the zero turns and all that stuff. So, all right, that makes sense. Jeff Herman is with us, editor-in-chief for LawnStarter. Find them on internets for your lawn tips. Let's get to fall now with your lawn, and I want to prep it for winter. I'm probably dialing down how much I'm throwing water on it. What do I got to be concerned about as we get into September, October?
The most important thing is to make sure you get those leaves off your ground as fast as you possibly can, because that's going to lead to a lot of mold and a lot of dangerous things that are going to harm your lawn. So remember, get rid of those leaves, mulch them if you want, because mulching your grass and leaving the grass trimmings on your lawn, that feeds nutrients back into the grass. So grass cycling makes sense. Mulch the leaves if you want, that will help, but you got to get them off your lawn. That's the most important thing. The other thing is if you have a sprinkler system, make sure it's winterized. You don't want to have issues with the water freezing and then causing issues with your pipes within the sprinkler system. So always make sure you winterize your sprinkler system too. And if you have a gas mower, make sure you get rid of the old gas so that in springtime you've got new gas in there. Make sure you're prepped for the new year in the fall so that you're ready to hit the ground running mowing in springtime.
Valuable advice from Jeff Herman. I'm now your newest follower or client or whatever it is. I'm on LawnStarter now. I have to learn all I can learn about my new lawn, because I mean, what I've seen of lawns, when you lose them, it is very difficult to get them back. Talk about what happens when, a lot of our lawn is gone, dead. Is there a way to resurrect it? Do I have to resod, and how do you do that?
The most important thing I think to do is if you've got brown patches or yellow patches, go ahead and make sure you overseed in the fall. That should help to bring those areas back come springtime. And if it turns out that your whole lawn is just dead, sod works. But, my other side of the family is in the sod business in St. Louis. And, the most important thing with sod is you have to make sure you have water once you lay it down. Otherwise, it's going to dry out and you'll have to replace that again. So sod's really important to make sure that you have water when you do it. But also knowing that in the West, there's a lot of xeriscaping and other options going in where you don't have to deal with lawns like we have. Clover, that's one way to be able to make sure you have a ground cover that's not going to be requiring so much attention. That's actually probably good for all the bees and everything else out there too. So, think in terms of other options. If your yard isn't working for you, xeriscape. Find a ground cover that works for you that's going to be a whole lot less maintenance for you. There's so many ways that you can think outside the lawn these days.
Yeah, some of my new property is got some xeriscaping going on. You're right. It's so, and especially as water becomes more and more and more of an issue. My goodness. Does it matter just a couple more things, Jeff. Do I need to know what kind of grass I have? Because things change. If it's Bermuda grass, Kentucky bluegrass, I don't know what I got, but I might have to address them differently.
Right. That's the most important thing as a new homeowner. Make sure that you find out what grass type you have, because that will determine how to take care of that course of grass through the course of the year. Kentucky bluegrass and fescues are kind of the cool season grasses that work across Montana, but there's some that are a little bit more specialized for arid areas and drier areas of Montana, and those are kind of warmer season grasses. So get a soil test. That's the best way to determine what kind of grass you have. It also will give you an idea of what your soil is, so what your soil needs in terms of amendments and additions to your soil. But find out what grass you have, then find out what kind of soil you're dealing with, and then you sort of have the recipe for success for your lawn.
You want to take your lawn irrigation to the next level. I can't tell you how many times I've seen sprinklers going full bore in a pouring rainstorm. Talk about smart irrigation controllers. They know the weather. They know if it's raining, I won't irrigate today.
Absolutely. Smart irrigation systems are the best way to go because, as you said, you don't want to be watering in the rain. That's wasteful. So make sure that your grass gets what it needs. And it can kind of sometimes detect even whether you have that 1 inch or 1.5 inch of water that your grass needs every week. So your smart irrigation system, it knows when to go on. It knows when your grass needs it. Make sure that you set it for the right time, and then you can kind of set it and forget it, particularly if it has a mind of its own.
We need to be in frequent touch, Jeff, just for me. Our listeners, I hope, benefited from this, but I need to learn everything you know. Jeff Herman, editor-in-chief with LawnStarter, and caring for your lawn right now in the dog days of summer. Jeff, thanks for being on.
Glad to be here. Have a great day. Thanks so much.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show here on a Monday. So we've solved the Middle East crisis and we kept your lawn alive. What more can we do for you today, right? Well, a lot more. We're only 1/4 of the way through. Jessica Crowder joins us next hour. Jillian Balow and Rich Guenzel. Don't call them antelope, they're pronghorn. Just giving you a heads up. This all coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Time now for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Gerald Uden says he put the bodies of his 1980 murder victims in barrels and sunk them in the Fremont Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that OSAR found a barrel 388 feet deep last week.
This independent search and rescue organization known as OSAR said, we're going to go see if we can find this barrel. People spent months looking for anything before, and these guys go out there, and within the first day, within the first handful of hours, they find exactly what people have been looking for. They were stunned, and now comes the extraction phase.
Uden initially denied having a role in their killings or disappearances, but Stacy Coaster kept pressing, and eventually he admitted to killing them. After an agitated bison flipped a 65-year-old man in Yellowstone last weekend, it charged after another group of campers. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the bison targeted a 12-year-old.
According to an eyewitness that I spoke to, the bison rampage continued at the same campground. There were 4 people in the E-loop of the Bridge Bay campground. 2 of those people were from Switzerland, a mother and her 12-year-old son. And at one point, the bison was targeting both of them. It was highly agitated. Thankfully, they managed to find safety in a bathroom that was on site.
Joshua Lewis spoke to the 2 men who successfully distracted the bison, and they were going over every detail in exasperation. They seemed to be experienced backcountry hikers, which added to their dismay in the moment. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver Update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
I'm Brent Bien, the only candidate for governor who has always stood against hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. AI data centers are not coming here for our way of life. They're coming for our cheap energy, water, open land, and current tax incentives. Our youth are already raising concerns about AI, its impact on our environment, jobs, privacy, creativity, and our future. Vote for me, Brent Bien, for governor on August 18th, because I will say no to hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. Paid for by Brent Bien for governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Friday rejected all the appeals a former foster dad made to overturn his 128 to 178-year sentence. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he sexually abused children.
Steve Marler was convicted last April for sexually abusing and physically abusing children who had been his foster kids. He was a formerly award-winning foster dad, and he had adopted kids, and the testimony ranged fairly graphic, explicit, and severe. Some of that testimony consisted of other acts evidence, which is where a witness is allowed to talk about things you have done that aren't evidence underpinning one of the crimes for which you've been charged. Now, Marler on appeal had contested many portions of his trial.
Stephen Marler, 51, was not deprived of a fair trial in April 2025, says a unanimous majority opinion by Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Robert Jarosz issued Friday. An RV appeared to lose its brake on the Teton Pass Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports it was weaving through traffic before somehow reaching the bottom without crashing.
Last Wednesday, a Jackson videographer named Jeff Bernard captured a terrifying video of a motorhome that apparently had lost its brakes. As it careened around the pass, you could see smoke. Bernard said it was especially concerning because there had just been a fatal wreck about 1 week earlier on July 7th that resulted in 2 fatalities with 4 people injured. Luckily, this did not result in a crash. Bill Sniffen, who's had over 50,000 miles pulling a motorhome, says that often you'll smell something or hear something before you know something is wrong, and it is terrifying.
Wednesday's close call serves as another reminder of how quickly a routine drive can become an emergency. Bernhard tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "It demands more respect than what most people give it." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am an U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms. Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Okay, hour 2, Cowboy State Daily Show. Rich Guenzel joins it. It is Guenzel?
Guenzel, that's how we pronounce it.
Excellent. Because words are important, we're going to learn. Rich drops in to talk about wildlife. He's a wildlife biologist, long career with Wyoming Game and Fish, conservationist. Now has established the Pronghorn Fund. We're going to talk about Pronghorn, and that's kind of this guy's specialty. That's the sweet spot. Also inducted into the Wyoming Outdoor Hall of Fame in 2020. All right, Rich. So right outside my window here, Game and Fish has an elk feedlot down in the Hoback in the nation. So I see elk all the time, mountain lion, moose, mule deer aplenty, but I have not yet seen antelope. Oops. What do I owe you now, Rich?
Well, I'll take $1.
I already owe Rich $1.
So the deal is that pronghorn are not antelope. They've never been antelope. The term antelope is a legacy that carries over from way back when basically the Europeans came over. The first people, Europeans that probably saw them were Spanish conquistadors. They described them more like a goat, and they didn't have a term antelope or anything like that. And then the Lewis and Clark expedition, I think about 1806, they collected some, and they sent specimens back to the back east to scientists. And at that time, most people had not seen animals like this to describe. The closest they had were true antelope from Africa or Asia. And so that's kind of where the name started. But I have an 1866 paper written by a guy by the name of P.L. Sclater, and it's called On the Systematic Position of the Pronghorn. There's no antelope to it. As they learn more. And so this guy, at that time, they thought they were more closely related to true antelope, true cattle, true goats. And over time, we have learned, and as techniques have changed, that we've learned that they're very different. They broke off the evolutionary tree earlier than the true deer, the antelope, the true sheep and goats, cattle, things like that. And so their closest living relative, which isn't that close, is a giraffe. And so that kind of blows people's minds.
Yeah.
There's another group called the tragulids, which are the several tames or mouse deer that are primitive. They're not really deer. They're found in Africa and Asia, and someday somebody may find a common ancestor fossil. But at this point, what we know from the genomics and all that is that they're strictly North American, unlike other animals that came across a Bering Land Bridge during the Pleistocene. They've been in North America for 19 million years. And there have been 2 lines that came off. If anybody goes to the University of Wyoming Geology Museum, there's a small but very nice exhibit. And one of the other fossil pronghorn that they have on display is called Cosorix. And it's very tiny and it looks like a little deer, long-legged critter. So I'm trying to celebrate the fact that they're unique and that we really need to be paying more attention to them and not take advantage of them.
And why wouldn't we? As you point out, the pronghorn are ours, a uniquely North American species. Did not crawl across here over the Bering Strait, over the land bridge. They're here. They're ours. We should celebrate them as ours. But similar to bison buffalo and the water buffalo, it's just, for some people, it's just in a name. I think a lot of people now, Rich, realize we're probably saying it wrong, but it's become a Western colloquial thing to say. Even the game and fish, until when, fairly recently, referred to them as antelope in their manuals and all their written materials. I think a lot of us know we're saying it wrong, similarly to referring to bison as buffalo, but that's just the name we're familiar with. Should we stop that habit?
Well, yeah, I think it's problematic for a couple of reasons. And one of them is that the reason the Game and Fish has to more or less do that is the definition in the statute. So the state laws, Title 23's, Chapter 1, I think it's 101 is where all these definitions are. And big game includes antelope. It includes deer. And interestingly, it doesn't say mule deer. It doesn't say white-tailed deer. It just lists these species. So one could argue that maybe we should be calling them deer, not, the thing is we need to correct the statute. But what goes on is just keep proliferating misinformation. The other reason is, there's not a single Wyoming antelope in the Boone and Crockett record book. Not a one, because they're pronghorn. There are pages of Wyoming pronghorn in the Boone and Crockett record book. And it's something that we should be really, marketing. It's a lost opportunity because they're so common. People take them for granted. If you can't show a pronghorn to somebody in Wyoming, you probably can't show them anything.
The pronghorn is such a Wyoming species. It's pretty prevalent, but not without challenges for its population. Very hardy animal. Let's talk about the pronghorn and some of the characteristics of it. Certainly speed is its best friend, yet the animal, if you've ever hunted it, is so curious. What you'll often see when you spook a pronghorn, and they got huge eyes, they see you, they'll put on that 100-yard dash, like, shoot, they're gone, and then they'll stop and look back to see if you're still there. They're just so interesting.
Well, they are fascinating, and they have a lot of adaptations, and there's a lot of speculation as to why they run so fast and faster than everything else out there today. There's been a North American cheetah-like critter that's been kind of makes a nice story about them, but the evidence is not really all that great for that. They are related apparently to mountain lions and a long-legged mountain lion, but they think they were actually more like a ambush predator rather than something that would sprint after a pronghorn. But adult pronghorn and you may have seen, there have been several video clips recently on social media of pronghorn adults chasing off coyotes and things like that. So they can outrun most predators if they're healthy and not in a trapped condition. The fawns are where most of the mortality occurs from predation and other factors. And the pronghorn life history is designed to crank out a lot of young. You usually see, twins initially, and then by the end of the summer, there are fewer of them. Then going into winter, really what matters is how many of them make it through the winter to add to the population. But they have a unique life history. They can have up to 7 embryos, which is like mind-boggling. They never really carry 7 to term, but that's the whole thing. They're going to swamp the landscape with fawns so that the predators can't get them all, and then some of them will survive. And so they're very curious, and a lot of times they'll wander up and look at people and things, but it kind of depends on where they're at as to how they react to humans, how much hunting pressure and things they've seen.
I haven't seen those videos, Rich, and we're sharing a photo now from your Facebook showing pronghorn running off coyotes. Coyotes are the biggest predation on their fawns. And there is evidence, for a while it was maybe just rumor, but there's video evidence of pronghorns getting after coyotes, running them off, and also pronghorn like getting friends to help out, like cooperative harassing. It happens.
Yeah, and so that's kind of one of the unique things about them. And biochemically, they're very different. So when if you were to go out to capture a pronghorn, and one of the reasons they don't dart them very often in most situations for capture operations is they're thin-skinned, and for their body weight compared to, say, a deer, the same dosage doesn't work. So net gunning and some other kinds of hands-on captures, like driving them into a trap, corral trap, or what they've used, because they're in some cases very delicate. In other cases, they're pretty hardy. They don't deal with a lot of snow, which is why they have to move a lot. That's why these migration corridors are so important for them to get to their crucial winter ranges and places like that.
Yeah, Rich, I can remember a few years back in Jackson Hole. I mean, we'll see our share of pronghorn up here, not as much as some of the rest of the state, but certainly when winter comes, they are gone on their migration route. There was one winter then, I think it was 4. I mean, a handful of pronghorn did not migrate out, and there was such concern over how they would do in a Jackson Hole winter. I can't remember the outcome, but they don't want to be in mountain. They want flat. They don't want snow. They need to use their line of sight and speed to survive. By the way, this guy, Rich Guenzel, the first biologist in Wyoming to capture pronghorn using the net gun from a helicopter. You also develop techniques to better do better head counts, herd counts from the air. How had we undercounted for a long time pronghorns, and how do we do it today? Better?
Well, I think it's better, but it's not perfect. It's never going to be perfect. You can't count them all. But in the older days, they tried to go out and get a total count, and in some cases it was from the ground. But as aircraft became available, then they'd fly over in a Super Cub or something like that and fly strips and see how many they could count. But there's hard to accurately count them because of group size. And, if there's an individual standing, 100 yards away versus 10 standing 100 yards away, you're going to be more likely to see it, the bigger group. And so you have to factor those in. And then the background, the experience and the condition of the observer for anybody who's not flown aerial surveys, low-level surveys, they can have a pretty high pucker factor, and you get bounced around sometimes. And so the question is, what's the area you covered? How many did you count? How many did you miss? And so there are some statistical procedures to help correct for that. And that's what they do now to come up with a actual population estimate. It's not a total count. it's an estimate of based on density, and then you apply that to the area you're interested in. So in our case, it'd be the herd that you're talking about. So if it's the Sublette herd, or it's the Medicine Bow herd, or Claremont over there by Sheridan, it's they would be ascribed to that population.
Rich Guenzel is with us. Just one more thing, Rich, and then we'll tell people where they can get more info and get involved with the Pronghorn Fund anyway. Rich, by the way, is in the Cowboy State Daily recently for his swear jar. Mark Hines wrote the story. Rich is pretty adamant that you refer to these beasts as pronghorn, not antelope, and not speed goats. They're pronghorn, and we should be proud of them. They should be the state mammal or something. I mean, we see them everywhere, and they're so iconically Wyoming. I have seen this actually happen, Rich, but I wondered if you have, or if it is a real thing. This pronghorn, unlike elk, unlike deer, they're so reluctant to jump. You would think, pronking would be their thing and jumping over fences. But they almost 9 times out of 10, they crawl under the bottom barbed wire rather than jump a fence. You would think they can easily jump. What's wrong with these animals?
Well, they can jump if they're sufficiently stressed, but it's not good on them because, their whole anatomy is designed for running. And so one of the things you see on pronghorn is that a lot of the limbs are longer and narrower. So it's kind of like a big oar, if you think of rowing and stuff like that. And so those stress loads are not designed for taking impact. If you looked at a mountain goat forelimb, or you looked at a bighorn sheep, they're much stockier because they do that kind of jumping. So it's not really in their nature. Their habitat is typically open country, so they're used to that. They're not really too many things they have to jump up on or over. Now, I've seen them jump down off of banks like to get across a creek. I've seen them jump out of a trap, but that's kind of an unusual stressing thing, and most of them can't do that. But an 8-foot fence, if there's enough of them excited, a few of them can, and then you get the higher likelihood of injuries.
Yeah.
If that happens. So
built for speed, built for jumping, but maybe not landing. Rich Guenzel is with us. Pronghorn Fund. He and Mary started the Pronghorn Fund. Get on the cyberspace, find that, donate, learn more. And Rich, thanks for being on. I'm going to watch my mouth now. I'm $1 into you for the whole pronghorn thing. Thanks, man.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. We got to take a break. Don Day next.
At Cowboy State Daily, we cover everything Wyoming, like energy.
President Trump just signed the cross-border permit for this pipeline.
The outdoors.
The Yellowstone bear biologist was speaking to the Interagency Grizzly Committee.
And the issues you care about.
The U.S. Department of Justice confirmed this week that it is investigating antitrust concerns.
Covering Wyoming like nobody else can. This is Cowboy State Daily.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Ryan Blaney, a third-generation race car driver, and we dedicate a lot of our time to going as fast as possible. My grandpa Lou is the reason why my dad and I started racing, and I'm really proud to follow in his tracks. But when my grandpa was diagnosed with Alzheimer's, it was a very unexpected bump in the road for us. I've learned a lot on this journey with my grandpa Lou, and the memories of my grandpa will always be with me. And in our family, we're used to getting involved, and I encourage you to do the same, especially when it comes to caring for your loved ones. When I think about Alzheimer's and the impact it had on my family, I recognize that losing a race isn't such a bad day after all. It's important to notice if older family members are acting differently, experiencing problems with their memory, or having trouble with routine tasks. Talking about Alzheimer's can be really tough, but if you notice something, have a conversation with your loved one. Encourage them to see a doctor or offer to go with them. Early detection of Alzheimer's can give your family time to explore support services, make a plan for the future, and access available treatments. If you or your family are noticing changes, it could be Alzheimer's. Talk about seeing a doctor together.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday, so you know our guest movie critic is on, Don Day, and he'll give us the review of The Odyssey. Many of us saw that movie over the weekend. How many of us, you ask? Don asks. Maybe somebody asks. $124 million opening, third biggest of the year, The Odyssey. What did you think of it? It's long, Don.
So long, I didn't have time to go see it.
I knew it. I knew it. You got your eyes on weather anyway. The weekend.
Hey, I finally got to see the movie Pressure about the weather forecast for D-Day. That's a great movie. You should watch it.
What? Really?
Yeah.
We mean D-Day, the invasion.
The invasion.
And how the weather either helped or probably not helped that effort.
A little bit of both.
Ah.
Yeah. It's a true story about having to decide whether or not to go on the 5th or the 6th.
I see. I mean, a go or no go military makes those. I just know we didn't. Speaking of weather, we didn't rain down enough aerial. I mean, the bombing, the pre-bombing that we did just was not effective. The Germans were so hunkered down in there. Well, that's interesting. I'll have to put that on my list if I can get to it. The weekend weather done seemed pretty July typical. Hot day with an afternoon relief of a shower or two.
Yeah, and as we go through this week, we're definitely going to be talking about a lot of the same things as last week, which is monsoonal moisture. This time, though, last week, it was western Wyoming that was getting it, while the eastern side of the state wasn't. Yesterday afternoon and evening, we finally saw some thunderstorms get over the mountains around Laramie and Cheyenne. Cheyenne in particular had a thunderstorm. Now what we're going to see is, especially starting tomorrow, today the thunderstorms are mainly going to be along the I-80 corridor, but tomorrow through Friday, statewide, afternoon and evening thunderstorms are going to be around. There's very deep moisture coming in Wednesday and Thursday. We're probably going to have some heavy rain producing thunderstorms during the second half of the week that we'll need to keep an eye on. And you and I talked about this last week, Jake. You got to be really careful in these situations with flash flooding, even in the middle of a drought, with these heavy thunderstorms. And that tragedy in Utah this weekend just really is something that you got to pay attention to.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, keep that in the back of your mind. And definitely you mentioned deep moisture. Are you talking deep like in the atmosphere, top to bottom? It's holding a lot of water?
Vertically, a lot of water. A lot of water is going to be in the air, especially over the southern half of the state. So I fully expect, now this is the type of pattern where it's not widespread and gets everybody, but there will be pockets of very heavy rain in parts of Wyoming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
All right, Don. Thank you for the forecast. You watch The Odyssey. I'll watch, what is it?
Pressure.
Okay. Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Don Day with the day weather forecast. And we're going to move right to our next guest, if I'm ready. I think I am. And if Jessica is ready, then we can make it all happen. There she is. Jessica Crowder joins us. That's your candidate for House District 43, which is Laramie County.
Yes, sir. Good morning. It's good to see you.
You too. You're in Laramie County now. You're doing the ranch life and some you're doing a lot. Do you have time to be in the house?
I have to admit, campaigning has taken more time than I expected, but it's been really great to get to meet more of the people of House District 43. And, my husband and I can still run our businesses and get this done.
And I see you killing two birds with one stone. You were on your horse Buck, which I'm assuming is the buckskin, and you were at Cheyenne Frontier Days on Friday, on opening day. You're a volunteer there. That's so cool.
Yeah, I've been volunteering at Frontier Days for close to 20 years now, and I get to do the behind the chutes tours. So it's a lot of early mornings and feeding in the evenings, but it's a lot of fun because I meet people from all over the world and have a chance to tell them about the daddy of them all and our Western heritage and, why we love rodeo and love, we have Military Monday today. So definitely honoring those who have served us and pancake breakfast. I mean, it's just a great way to honor Wyoming, and I love telling people about it.
Honoring Wyoming, showcasing Wyoming, and keeping Wyoming. Those are important things, I would think, for any hopeful elected and a legislator. What are you going to do to keep those things going? We're so proud of our rodeo and our ag, and you've got a couple decades in that. What are you going to do?
Yeah, so my background is in ag and natural resources. I did research in fire ecology and grazing management several years ago at this point, and that's always been my interest. I grew up on a ranch. My husband and I own a ranch now, so I definitely want to make sure that we have those opportunities to let others get into the world of agriculture in any way that they might be interested in it, keep our Western and Wyoming heritage alive, tell our stories, and certainly, I'm interested in the natural resource side of that as well, and protecting our resources and taking care of them for future generations. There's a lot of ways that a legislative candidate and a representative can do that in Wyoming because we have those values. We have that ethic here, and we just need to build on the work that's already happened and find those new and innovative opportunities as well.
So with the ranching background, I know you're going to understand the ag nature of Wyoming. But also, we should remind folks, this is one-time executive director of the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust. Also, you spent a few years as policy advisor for former Wyoming Governor Matt Mead. So you understand what it's like in the halls of Cheyenne. You can work your way around there. You know your way around.
I do. And I love the policy work. I think that a lot of people have been asking me as I visit with them across Eastern Laramie County, what does it take? What does it take to be a legislator in Wyoming? And one of the things that I think it takes is the ability to, certainly review information, research, understand what experts are bringing to you, and distill that into something useful and decide if it's worthwhile for the state, but also to work with other people. It's really important that we get different perspectives and that we understand that we may not always agree on everything, but we're trying to do what's best for Wyoming. And that takes a little bit of time, it takes some effort, and it takes working with people of all kinds and understanding, what our citizens need, what Wyoming needs, and in House District 43, understanding the different perspectives of the people in that area.
But, Jessica, we can't work with other people. From what I've seen on the national level and the state level, unfortunately, is the inability to come together, man. All we do is fight with each other. The only way to change that is one elected at a time. Are you going to help in the House bring, have communication, dialogue?
Yeah, I'm dedicated to that. That's just in my nature. I think it's the right thing to do. And it's the only way we can build laws that work for an entire state, right? Is to work with people, to work through the halls, to work through the disagreements and to find solutions.
Hot button issues of the day. Let me go through the laundry list. Tell me if they're important to you as well. Rising costs of healthcare. Wyoming has we're down to one provider, really. Healthcare costs are just stupid.
Yes, and I actually have been hearing a lot from the people in House District 43, and I think everybody across Wyoming has about healthcare costs. I know that there's a task force working on health insurance affordability. I think that they're making some progress. Hopefully we see something in 2027 legislative session to make some progress in that area. I'm really interested in finding a way to address the rising cost of healthcare with practical solutions, working with those folks on the task force to understand and get up to speed with what they've learned. And I think that's incredibly important. And also, I'm really interested in mental health resources and accessibility. That's something that I would definitely work towards as well, and find those opportunities for citizens to have that access, along with more affordable health care.
Jessica Crowder is with us, running for Wyoming House District 43. That's Laramie County, where I think we're keeping Cheyenne these days. Cheyenne is growing pretty fast. I mean, we love to see growth, but we got to balance it with, growing too fast, growing not in a great Wyoming way. So what are you going to do to make sure we have a resilient, diverse economy, help the migration of young people? We're losing all our young people. So we want to provide opportunity here. But as we watch, some 70 data centers pile up wanting to be in Wyoming, where do you draw the line? How do you balance growth with remaining Wyoming?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it is the question of the day, the question of the month, probably the question of the year, next to healthcare. We in Wyoming we're really unique. We've set the standard, we've set the bar. We know how to work together, we know how to work hard, and we know how to make growth happen in the way that we want it to, that keeps our Wyoming values intact, but also does provide those good jobs. It does protect our resources. Certainly if we want to take data centers, let's just take that one. With my background, I'm certainly interested in making sure and concerned about our resources. I hear that from a lot of people, and I think it's something we have to address. And I'm committed to finding ways to do that in the legislature, but understand that those solutions have to work at a statewide level, and they have to move us forward. I'm also concerned about national security. I think that is common across this nation. There's not one of us that doesn't use a data center every day. And so we have to balance all of that. And I would say this about any industry, about a subdivision, it doesn't matter. We just have to figure out how to move forward in a way that works, that respects our people and respects the land that we love in Wyoming. And we can do that. We've done it before. We've done it with coal. We've done it with oil and gas. We have a lot of oil and gas development in House District 43. We know how to make this work, and we just need to move forward and do it.
Yeah. Jessica Crowder. So data centers, case by case, make sure above all they're good neighbors wherever they go. All right. How about taxes? Property tax been an issue. Do you like what we've done so far? Do we have to go further? What do we do with property tax relief? Is it still necessary? It certainly was coming out of COVID.
Yeah. I've looked at the property tax issue and heard a lot about it. I think people really appreciated the 25% reduction, and I'm interested to see how the ballot initiative goes in the fall, and see, when Wyomingites speak up in that way, how that lands. I also hear from a lot of people that they're concerned about further property tax reductions right away. A lot of folks in my district and really across the state really do depend on those essential services. It doesn't matter if you live in the small town of Lusk or, the larger, rapidly growing city of Cheyenne. Those services are necessary. So we have to find a way to make sure that we keep housing available and affordable, because it's really important for people to be able to buy a house, build equity, build pride of place, get into their community, and maybe volunteer a little bit. We need to have those opportunities, and we need to consider that. But we also need to consider that those people do need essential services, and we need to consider what those services look like and how we provide that.
Jessica Crowder, House District 43 candidate. Learn more on the interwebs, crowderforwyo.com. That's where I am now. And it says here, education going to be important to you. We did recalibration K through 12, and there was some concerns that maybe the things need to be buttoned up a little regarding activities. But what about education is crucial. That's the next generation.
Yeah. It is the next generation. You're exactly right there. And how are the rest of us going to survive if we don't educate that next generation? Well, they'll be taking care of us sooner than we like to think. And I think it's really important. I have heard from people that there are concerns about the extracurricular activities. I have a daughter in middle school, and certainly I want her to have those opportunities to participate in FFA or sports, and not be bound too terribly much in that. At the same time, I do think we have to be responsible with our budgets. We really need to support teachers and make sure that teachers and students have the resources they need. Wyoming wrote public education into our Constitution. And while I think that there are needs. Kids needs are all different. And so I think we have to consider that. We have to allow parents to make choices that work for their kids when it comes to education. And we have to consider that piece of our Constitution that says you need to fund education. And so that's a balancing act. And I really appreciate the work that the legislature did last session on recalibration, but there's more work to do, certainly.
Yeah.
And I'm committed to that.
It means a lot to Jessica Crowder because we got to make sure Adeline can show a steer and go to ballet lessons.
Apparently
she's a do-it-all kind of kid, man. And
yes, she is.
You got to make sure she has every opportunity. One last thing, Jessica, on government. I think most of us in Wyoming, we want government to be transparent. We want to know what government is up to at all times if we want to know. Otherwise, we want to know the government's not even there. We want local government and not necessarily Big Brother breathing down our neck. And when we want to peek under the hood, we better be able to find out stuff.
Yeah. I agree. I think it's really important that there's transparency in government. I'm a fiscal conservative. It's, the way I was raised. It's the way we manage our businesses now. And I certainly think that there are opportunities to build our rainy day funds in Wyoming, and also to find those efficiencies. And people need to know what that looks like. People need to know what the legislature is doing. They need to understand what their state agencies are doing. At the same time, I'm with you. I think government closest to the people is best, and I mean that. I work with our school board and teachers. I work with county commissioners. I've worked with others, and really, it's nice to be able to pick up the phone and call someone that you know, or you can get to know really easily, and really have hard conversations about what things look like. And there are, I think, serious considerations that need to happen if we're thinking about pulling something to a statewide level through legislative action. And in those cases, we certainly need to do that. But I do support local governments, and those opportunities are it's just so much easier, right? To get in touch with, your friend down the street who happens to be on the school board for a few years. It's a better scenario for all of us.
Yeah, it's a lot simpler than, the 800 number. What agency do I call for? It's a lot easier when it's somebody local and simple. Yes. Jessica Crowder running for House District 43. Find out more, crowderforwyo.com. Thanks so much, Jessica. Learned a lot about the campaign. I'm sure you'll see her out there shaking hands until August. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
You bet. Coming up next, more electeds, more campaign trail stuff as we check out Jillian Balow running for U.S. House. Claire McFarland will be on as well for that. Coming up.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling, Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls, Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race, and as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
A good life begins with a good company. Powder River Energy Corporation, or Precorp, a consumer-owned electric cooperative in Northeast Wyoming, has careers in accounting, member service, and engineering. Precorp is always striving for A-plus service, great rates, and being a trusted energy partner. Their work environment is driven by knowing your role, living your values, and making your career plan. If you are looking to be part of an industry leader, then look no further. Go to precorp.coop/employment opportunities and apply today.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right? It's comfortable. So how's civilian life treating you? It's fine. When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay. Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority, filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Right back to it on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Jillian Balow joins us, fifth generation Wyomingite, born in Laramie, raised in Gillette. You remember her as the former superintendent of public instruction back not long ago. Jillian's running for U.S. House. Claire McFarland joins us. Ladies, how's everything?
Going well. Thanks so much for having me on, Jake and Claire. Your rabbit in the background, I won't lie, has a Spam-A-Lot Monty Python feel, so I'm not sure if that's good on a Monday morning or bad.
Oh, I forgot that rabbit's even there. That's so funny. My wife adds something to the background like every day, and I can't even keep up with it. I can't keep up with you in the campaign either. You were just with the Riverton Coffee Clatch, and you were in Wright not long ago. You're really getting out there. Claire's going to fire away some questions. And yeah, go ahead, Claire.
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Claire. Good to see you. Thanks for putting out the stories. Holy cow, they're coming quick and furiously.
Yeah, keeping up as best I can. I guess, is there anything on your mind before I start asking questions?
Let's dive in, Claire.
Okay. So I recently crunched through the FEC reports.
Yep.
And you out-earned Bo Beitman. Didn't quite catch David Geralt. I mean, how important is that war chest in your view?
Yeah, there are so many candidates, and there is absolutely no way that I can keep up with some of the wealthy family money that's in this race. I've heard a couple of opponents say this will be upwards of $10 million or $20 million race, which is incomprehensible to me. I'm doing politics and campaigning the way that I've always known how, and that's by going to communities. I go into a community, I meet with local leaders, community members, try to do a service project, sometimes meet with school, businesses, do media, earned media, etc., and then go door to door and put signs in the ground. And I think that that kind of grassroots politicking or campaigning is where it's at, especially with so many people in the race. There's no reason that I can't meet the hands of 20, 30,000 people, or excuse me, shake the hands of 20, 30,000 people on this campaign trail. So that's what I'm setting out to do. You're right. I don't have the PAC money. I'm doing fundraisers all over the state. And really, I want my war chest to be as big as it needs to be. I don't have the money for the fancy mailers and the slick TV ads. And I think that's okay. We will spend our money these last few weeks and go all in on everything that we can. I'll keep going door to door, community to community, and I'll keep doing that after I'm elected. I really enjoy that part of campaigning.
Thank you. So you pointed out in your comment on my FEC story that you were born and raised here, and you have led here. You've worked in state government and what you called, I believe, a conservative record in leadership. I mean, I realized that is a unique pairing. We have a lot of candidates in this race that have worked in state government, but weren't born here. We have some that haven't worked in state government, but maybe have deeper roots. And so I guess in that vein, you are super, super big on energy. Growing up in Gillette, what is your energy mantra? Is it all of the above, or is it traditional first, or how do you approach that?
Yeah, absolutely. Just first to your comment, I fifth generation Wyomingite, and really I'm the only one in this race who has the Wyoming roots as well as the leadership roots. I've won statewide twice, served as Wyoming State Superintendent of Public Instruction. I've worked on policy nationally on energy and education, and so really have more experience than anyone else in this race, and also have the roots to represent Wyoming small, medium, and large, which leads right to my energy stance, and that is all of the above. Yes, we are right to be skeptical about wind development on public lands, about data centers. So many great conversations are happening at the local and county level and at the state level. My job in Congress will be to first of all, work alongside Wyoming in hatching those frameworks and plans. But then once they are in motion and in play, really remove hurdles to make sure that the federal government isn't getting in the way of Wyoming reaching its goals. As I'm traveling community to community, one of the best things that I see is that there are so many people that want to be tethered to our anchor industry of energy, and that's all in energy. And we can do that now in every single community. Whether it's a small magnet innovator in Powell who's able to find a market with oncoming nuclear energy, or whether it's a small drone company in Rock Springs that maybe can sell to or work with some of our energy industry. I think every single community and so many entrepreneurs and small businesses can benefit from moving our state from boom and bust to abundance in energy. And it's a really exciting time. Just to circle back, I want to be all in on nuclear energy. We have this spectrum. We have safely mined uranium for decades in Wyoming. I've been out to a couple of sites, and the in situ mining or the in situ extraction of uranium is pretty amazing. And then on the other On the other end of that is nuclear waste. We've already said as a state that we don't want nuclear waste. But in between the mining of uranium and the waste that we won't have in Wyoming is lots of enrichment, refinement, and advanced technologies that can take place right here in Wyoming. We've got a couple of big projects that are oncoming, and they're exciting. And again, my job will be to add on to the more than 300 actions that have been taken in Congress to repeal, reform, executive order, or make pass law to remove hurdles so that Wyoming can really thrive and be energy abundant.
Thank you. Yeah, deregulation is always a ready answer for a Republican. But what about subsidies? Is that ever appropriate for any part of the energy sector?
You know, right now we have some energy subsidies on wind leases that really make wind, especially on public lands, a little outsized compared to some of the other energy industries. And so I want to be really, really careful with that. My stance on subsidies has always been, whether we're talking about with, in a crisis time like COVID or agriculture or energy, they should be time limited, very purposeful, and really help to feed a bigger picture. For agriculture, for example, subsidies for just acts of God are sometimes necessary to feed America. And that's exactly what Wyoming agriculture does. And subsidies can help get farmers and ranchers or different industries through hard times that people don't have control over. And I want to make sure that, again, that those discussions at the federal level are happening in conjunction with industry and in conjunction with state leaders. They're purposeful, they're time limited, and they're not something that our industry ever depends on to make a living or grow.
Thank you. Yeah, so the one unique thing, I'm in Fremont County, and I saw you in Fremont County at my coffee group. And the federal delegates to Congress have a little more of a role with respect to this county because the reservation takes up so much of it. It is a place of poverty. It is a place of low government transparency. It is a place with some notable, potentially some notable crime stats, except we don't have the full picture because we don't have transparency. And these are just among a few issues, right? We had High Plains Power at a legislative meeting recently was saying it's difficult to get power lines to properties always because the feds have locked up all the land in trust and we can't always get approvals from all the hundreds of landowners on a parcel that's held in trust and fractionalized. I know that's a lot, but do you want to give us the overarching view of how you would approach reservation governance, frankly, since that's a federal component?
Yeah, absolutely. Just a reminder, when I was state superintendent, we implemented and enacted the Indian Education for All Act for the first time, and really, for the first time in Wyoming. All students across Wyoming were receiving education about the past, present, and future of our Native Americans, not just in Wyoming, but across America. And I think that that's super important. Another thing when I was state superintendent that was really important, I took it seriously, was the government to government relationship that was a little more formal. I think in Wyoming, we're very used to building relationships, and that's important. There are three kinds of communication that as Congresswoman I'll have with the tribes. One is that informal relationship building and doing the same thing, listening to community members, listening to the leaders on the reservation from both tribes is super important. And then there's the more formal government to government conversations that need to be had to make sure that we're moving policy forward in a way that that matches the goals of both of the tribes and of Wyoming and of the nation. And then there's more of a semi-formal intergovernment just respect for one another as government entities, but a little less formal communication that goes on. And that means that I'm consulting with the tribes, communicating with the tribes as I'm moving forward, making decisions or removing hurdles around electricity, grid, power lines, energy development, etc. Those opportunities don't end at the border of the reservation, and I want to make sure that we're honoring not only the goals within the reservation, but also incorporating the reservation goals into a larger goal for Wyoming and America.
Thank you. Jake, did you have a question?
Yeah, I had one concerning. I mean, there's many issues to be concerned about on the campaign trail, on your platform, secure borders, healthcare. But one particular issue that's been sort of attached to Representative Harriet Hageman's seat in the House is public lands and the dispersal of such. What is your stance on that? Size and scope? Does that matter case by case, or not now, not ever?
Yeah, Jake, I've been really clear, very clear about my stance, and that is that we protect our public lands. They aren't for sale. There are just some things that are not for sale, period. I know that is in a little bit of disagreement with the Wyoming Republican platform, and I'm fine with that. It is super, super important. I grew up in Gillette and the Bighorns, and understand that Wyoming can manage our public lands better than the federal government, but that it's also really, really necessary to have federally owned public lands for multiple use, energy development, agriculture, et cetera, and also for recreation and really our way of life. Selling off our public lands would be a generational mistake. They're a national treasure, they're a state treasure, and they need to be kept safe in our hands for future generations. That said, I'm really proud of the work that I was able to do on the state land board as state superintendent, and that is when, with the state trust lands, when landowners, whether it's developers or industry, agriculture, whatever, came together with the 5 electeds, and always at the forefront of the conversation was conservation and stewardship. We can almost always find a win-win in small exchanges and maybe even small sales, but the wholesale sale or transfer of our public lands, federal or state, is not something that I'll ever support. Clear enough?
Absolutely. Jillian Balow running for U.S. House on the Republican ticket, which makes August 18 the only date you got to worry about. Find out more, Jillian Balow for Wyoming.com. Jillian, thank you. Claire, thank you.
Thanks, Claire and Jake.
Have a great Monday. We got to get to news now on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Gerald Uden says he put the bodies of his 1980 murder victims in barrels and sunk them in the Fremont Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that OSAR found a barrel 388 feet deep last week.
This independent search and rescue organization known as OSAR said, we're going to go see if we can find this barrel. People spent months looking for anything before, and these guys go out there, and within the first day, within the first handful of hours, they find exactly what people have been looking for. They were stunned, and now comes the extraction phase.
Uden initially denied having a role in their killings or disappearances, but Stacy Koester kept pressing, and eventually he admitted to killing them. After an agitated bison flipped a 65-year-old man in Yellowstone last weekend, it charged after another group of campers. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the bison targeted a 12-year-old.
According to an eyewitness that I spoke to, the bison rampage continued at the same campground. There were 4 people in the E-loop of the Bridge Bay campground. 2 of those people were from Switzerland, a mother and her 12-year-old son. And at one point, the bison was targeting both of them. It was highly agitated. Thankfully, they managed to find safety in a bathroom that was on site.
Joshua Lewis spoke to the 2 men who successfully distracted the bison and they were going over every detail in exasperation. They seemed to be experienced backcountry hikers, which added to their dismay in the moment. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver Update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
I'm Brent Bien, the only candidate for governor who has always stood against hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. AI data centers are not coming here for our way of life. They're coming for our cheap energy, water, open land, and current tax incentives. Our youth are already raising concerns about AI, its impact on our environment, jobs, privacy, creativity, and our future. Vote for me, Brent Bien, for governor on August 18th, because I will say no to hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. Paid for by Brent Bien for governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Friday rejected all the appeals a former foster dad made to overturn his 128 to 178 year sentence. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he sexually abused children.
Steve Marler was convicted last April for sexually abusing and physically abusing children who had been his foster kids. He was a formerly award-winning foster dad, and he had adopted kids, and the testimony ranged fairly graphic, explicit, and severe. Some of that testimony consisted of other acts evidence, which is where a witness is allowed to talk about things you have done that aren't evidence underpinning one of the crimes for which you've been charged. Now, Marler on appeal had contested many portions of his trial.
Stephen Marler, 51, was not deprived of a fair trial in April 2025, says a unanimous majority opinion by Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Robert Jarosz issued Friday. An RV appeared to lose its brake on the Teton Pass Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports it was weaving through traffic before somehow reaching the bottom without crashing.
Last Wednesday, a Jackson videographer named Jeff Bernard captured a terrifying video of a motorhome that apparently had lost its brakes. As it careened around the pass, you could see smoke. Bernard said it was especially concerning because there had just been a fatal wreck about 1 week earlier on July 7th that resulted in 2 fatalities with 4 people injured. Luckily, this did not result in a crash. Bill Sniffen, who's had over 50,000 miles pulling a motorhome, says that often you'll smell something or hear something before you know something is wrong, and it is terrifying.
Wednesday's close call serves as another reminder of how quickly a routine drive can become an emergency. Bernhard tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "It demands more respect than what most people give it." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Well, hello, good morning. If you're just joining us, where you been? We're halfway through this Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake coming up this hour. We're going to chat with Matt Rasmussen. Matt is hanging out with snakes. Somebody has to do it, and it's not going to be me. Matt is a herpetologist, and he's probably out herping right now. He's a bit of a snake charmer, I think. Larry Morgan ought to be here. Larry is, I don't even know how to describe this guy. He's rags to riches story. Larry Morgan, known as The Closer, and that's the title of the book he wrote. Fascinating guy. I mean, he's already lived 3 lifetimes, everything he's done. Catch up with him in the Cowboy State Daily story from Renee Jean. Fascinating dude. And we'll only have time to barely touch on what is Larry Morgan. Who is Larry Morgan? He's quite a guy. We're heading to Cheyenne Frontier Days, where we're halfway through, sort of, at least through the first weekend of the Daddy of them all, the 130th. And I hear a couple of things. The rodeo, of course, is great, although they don't do slack anymore. And I know a lot of contestants are dismayed. Some folks are saying that Cheyenne Frontier Days has changed. The emphasis no longer on local and rodeo. I don't know. I mean, I'm not there. I'm not reading I'm just reading the vibe on socials. And some people are saying it feels different. For instance, there's a $5 charge now to even enter the grounds. That didn't used to be the case. Some people are saying, this thing's grown too much. But, you know, I don't know. What do you folks think? Anybody who's been to Cheyenne Frontier Days, is it still the daddy of them all, the greatest, the best? I got a great little piece of video of a hometown kid riding a bull at the daddy of them all. I'm so proud of Brenson Bartlett. I got to watch him grow up in high school, and I saw a lot of rodeos. I saw a lot of Brenson Bartlett. And one thing I saw about this kid that makes him a really interesting and thrilling up-and-coming bull rider is the way he approaches bull riding as a job. I watched a lot of high school rodeo athletes, and the dedication, talent, a lot of stuff is all there, but I see rarely many high school kids approach rodeo like Brenson Bartlett does. And he comes at it like a business. This kid, as a 17-year-old, was so focused on bull riding. 2-3 hours before he was scheduled to ride, if not that morning, you would see Brenson doing, different exercises, and he would play that thing where you go through the ride in your mind, and you see the ride in your. This guy is so mentally tough and so dedicated to the craft. I can't tell you. He approaches bull riding like it's his profession, and it is now. But, 3 years ago, he was just a high school kid riding bulls, but he went at it like, I'm going to do this, and I'm going to get paid to do this. He is different. And here is courtesy Chuck Kuhn. Here's a little bit of Brenson Bartlett's ride at Cheyenne Frontier Days the other day.
Brenson Bartlett is from Cheyenne, Wyoming.
Hometown kid. There he goes. Woo! And there's the buzzer. Yes, he wrote it.
He did.
Yeah, he did it.
So we just stayed cool and nodded my face, and he just went out there and did his thing, and I was blessed enough to be able to do mine. But he was just good, just really up and down. so I was able to just ride his shoulders. Everybody's got a hometown rodeo.
Yeah.
I'm just lucky that,
Yeah, not a lot of spin to that bull, as you heard Brenson say. It was pretty much up and down, so it allowed Brenson to really get up on the bull's shoulders and ride him out. If the bull was a little more spinny, I think you could have seen 90s out of that ride. I think he ended up with an low 80s. I forget, but he did ride him to the whistle, which is great. What a ride. Brenson Bartlett, and this kid is going places. Cheyenne Frontier Days, bull riding. He's fun to watch, and he's just so locked in, man. He's just so professional about it. Nothing flashy about Brenson Bartlett other than the shaps. He's always going to come with some glitter shaps, but other than that, he is all business. And he's so good. Just remember that name, Cheyenne's Brenson Bartlett. He is somebody, and a great ride the other day at Cheyenne Frontier Days. So who watched the Odyssey over the weekend? Somebody must have. I mean, somebody must have stayed awake for the 3-hour marathon. It did pretty good money at the box office. The Odyssey stuns with $124 million opening weekend. That's the third biggest debut of the season. Largest, it outpaced the Dark Knight. Well, not quite the Dark Knight Rises. That was $160 million. Third largest opening of the year, following Toy Story 5. That did $159 million. But the Odyssey, I think, we knew from the pre-game buzz, the pre-weekend buzz, that it was going to be something. And it even surprised many critics how well it did over the weekend. 2-hour, 55-minute runtime, I think it is. That's pretty long. It better capture your attention for a runtime like that. That's a long time. Other news over the weekend. How many of you on social media? Maybe it was my analytics or just me. I can't tell. But man, Justin Bieber was everywhere playing sports. I think he played halftime of the World Cup. By the way, Spain beat Argentina 1-0 in extra time. And for the first time ever, FIFA in a World Cup allowed a soccer game to have a halftime show. Normally, soccer does not have a lengthy halftime, I guess. Normally, I don't know. I'm not that much of a soccer fan. I'm a soccer fan every 4 years when the World Cup happens, and only casually. But apparently, World Cup soccer does not usually have a halftime or a halftime show. In this case, FIFA suspended that policy and had a halftime show, and I think Justin Bieber was part of it playing. But that's not where I saw the Bieb. Justin Bieber was everywhere. I was seeing videos of him sinking 3-point shots in basketball, videos of him pitching, throwing footballs. Justin Bieber, there was some kind of sporting thing, but everywhere I looked, Justin Bieber was playing sports. Like this skinny little, boy band dancing rapper dude was playing a bunch of sports. He was pretty good at basketball, I got to say. He was sinking a lot of shots. Okay, Abby Haley, that's the guy. Okay, Abby did tell me that, I'm not sure what's going on with our guest. We know who he is, but I don't know where he is. Alex Shebar is joining us to talk about Fun Biz Concessions at Cheyenne Frontier Days, but, he's already running a bit late. Could anybody have guessed there might be a problem with this And by this, I mean the whole poly market thing that's taking over the world. Poly market is the booming multi-billion-dollar industry, which allows people to bet on the outcome of almost any future event. Now, certainly from the score of a football game, yes, to elections, who might win an election, to the number of social media posts Elon Musk will make today. It's all up for betting. And a lot of it is Kalshi. Kalshi kind of is the industry leader in the market, but they're not the only ones. And this poly market betting is got inherent problems, in my view. I mean, first and foremost, if I were to tell you Kalshi and all the rest of these outfits that do poly market betting, in other words, you can bet on any, I'm sure if you wanted, you could bet on whether I'm going to screw up the show this morning and hit the wrong button or something. But do you not see issue with this whole idea? Number one, it just proliferates America's gambling problem, and that's growing ever since online sports betting, DraftKings and all that. Ever since that started becoming more and more popular, America, you have a betting problem. I mean, you can't watch a sporting event without seeing a commercial for DraftKings or something else. Even to the point where now football analysts, if I'm watching the pregame show for an NFL football game, even the analysts, when they're, telling us what we're about to see, Dallas defense is not as good as Seattle's offense, whatever. They're talking about the X's and O's. Even they will then go to a special segment where some specialist will tell you whether to bet on Dallas or bet on Seattle, or whether to bet the over or under. Like, it's just baked into the actual sport itself, the betting part of it. So I would say, yeah, America has a betting problem. The more you allow us to bet, and now Kalshi and those poly market companies are making it worse. And here is the latest CNN story. People are making wildfire bets on prediction markets. Experts say it could lead to disaster. You think? If Kalshi is taking bets on the size of the next wildfire, or where the next major wildfire will happen, or how big it will be, what do you think is wrong with that? And what do you think could go wrong with that? Well, somebody's going to start a fire, right? If I lay down a huge bet that half of California is going to burn this summer, and I'm into mid-July and it isn't burning yet, that I'm going to go out with a can of gas and start that fire myself so I can make my bet come true. Duh. Poly market betting on wildfires? How big, how often, and where they'll happen? Yeah, there's a problem. That is horrible. Horrible to even think that anyone would take action on wildfires. Kalshi says, yeah, we're taking bets on when and where the next wildfire is going to be. Boy, it does not sound good at all. Let's go back to rodeo and see what the Western Ag Network has cooked up. It's the Rodeo Road Show, and Will Rasmussen, he better be at CFD.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Good to have you along today on the show. Brand new world champion bareback rider Rocker Steiner joins us. We talked about the moment he got off the back of that bucking horse in round 10 of the national finals, and he knew that he had won a world title. I love the emotion. I love his answer. Rocker Steiner, world champion, on the Road Show coming up.
In the heart of cowboy country, legends rise. Saturday, August 1st, Sentinel Butte hosts the 70th annual Champions Ride Saddle Bronc match, a PRCA-sanctioned battle of grit, power, and tradition. The dust flies, the crowd roars, the toughest broncs and the boldest riders go head-to-head. Grab your seat in the open-air arena, bid on your rider at the Live Calcutta, and support a powerful cause at home on the range. It all begins at 1 o'clock Mountain Time, August 1st. Tickets and info at hotrnd.com.
Keeping livestock healthy means keeping pests under control, and Western Ranch Supply has the solutions you need. From sprays and pour-ons to fly tags, dust bags, and back rubbers, we carry a full line of livestock fly and insect control products to help protect your herd all season long. Reduce stress, improve weight gain, and keep cattle comfortable even in the toughest conditions. Western Ranch Supply, helping you take control of fly season and keep your operation running strong.
Tell me, when you were standing in the middle of that arena after you got off your horse in round 10 and you knew you won the title, tell me how it hit you.
Man, I knew as soon as I double grabbed that, I won it. And I got off and I kind of went to screaming and doing my normal deal. Then I got to walking back and really started to realize exactly what was happening. And whenever like the picture with me with my arms out and I'm kind of starting to, tear up, I'm looking at my grandparents and they're hugging, they switch seats, every day. And out of nowhere, I found them in the crowd and they were hugging, and that dug deep. So we got kind of emotional in the arena, and it wasn't like a normal celebration where I'm, jumping up and hollering. It was a pretty emotional deal. And I really didn't hold anything back. I was like, you know what? If we're gonna start crying, let's just get it over with.
Let's just cry. Heck, I was crying with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I asked Tim O'Connell after. I was like, is the second one better than the first one? Because I can't imagine it being better than this. So, yeah, it was a pretty special moment.
What a talented young man from Weatherford, Texas. How many world titles is he going to win? 3 NFRs, a gold buckle now. A Rocker Steiner, the new bareback riding world champion on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Park County Fair's back this July. Happening all week is the thrilling Carnival Midway. Tuesday's the Muddy Mess with pig mud wrestling. Get ready to rumble for boxing on Wednesday. Pull yourself to the grounds for Thursday's truck and tractor pulls. Friday's the fast-paced figure 8 race. And as always, Saturday's the sellout demolition derby. Tickets are on sale now, and we'll see you at the 100th Fair on patented land.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we're rolling along on a Monday, and we bring in Cowboy State Daily special movie critic Matt Rasmussen. He's going to review The Odyssey that debuted over the weekend. Matt, how'd you like the film?
I thought I was going to talk about snakes.
Oh, crap. Every guest we have on today, I'm trying to see if they watched The Odyssey, the 3-hour epic. Did $124 million at the box office, third biggest debut so far this season. Yeah, Matt is here to talk about snakes. He's a herpetologist.
An amateur herpetologist.
Okay. A vice president of the Wyoming Herpetological Society, which is, fancy way of saying this guy a snake charmer or runs a snake farm, I guess. You probably read about him in the Cowboy State Daily story from Jackie Dorothy. Many of Wyoming's seldom seen snakes aren't necessarily rare. They're just hard to come across.
That is correct.
So I guess, Matt, let's start with, Wyoming and how snaky of a state it is. Wyoming is at elevation, a lot of it. I'm in Jackson Hole, 6,400 feet. I think you get to a certain elevation and the snakes start disappearing. Now, why do snakes not want to live up high?
It's cold.
Yeah.
We have a depressed population of snakes for the most part. We still have plenty here. And regionally, we have a very high density of some snakes in certain regions. But as far as the elevation, I think it's just the cold.
Yeah.
It's colder up there. We have rattlesnakes that will range almost up to 9,000 feet, and we have garter snakes that will go above and beyond 10,000 feet in Wyoming.
And cold now, snakes, they don't like cold, but they don't
like the cold.
But they don't like temperature change in general, right? What is about the notion that snakes have trouble regulating their body temperature, and which is why you'll see them or not see them?
So they cannot regulate their body temperature outside of moving from area to area, going underground to cool down and coming out to warm up in the sun. So they do a really good job at it, but they have to be able to move into those various segments of the environment to do that.
I see. Hence wise, if that's a word, that's why climbers, for instance, have learned to be careful where they put their handhold on a hot day, because guess what might be hiding in there in the shade?
Particularly on a warming day, if it were cool in the warm morning and then it starts to warm up, because it really doesn't take a snake very long to get to its operating temperature, so to speak. If you have a cool morning and it's starting to warm up, they're going to come out and warm up.
Okay, so rattlesnakes, especially at some of the lower elevations, Wyoming has those in abundance. What would you say compared to other states? Yes. The Mountain West, we're known for rattlesnakes, right?
Yeah. Particularly in south central Wyoming in the Shirley Basin, there's an extremely high density of prairie rattlesnakes. But prairie rattlesnakes can be found throughout the state, typically below 7,200 feet, but they can be a little higher. And then, like I say, regionally, there can be pretty impressive densities of rattlesnakes. And then we also have the midget faded rattlesnake down by Flaming Gorge in the southwest corner.
Yes. Now I heard about this one. Is that one a little more venomous than your average rattlesnake? And let's talk about the venomness.
The potency of the venom is much stronger in the midget faded rattlesnake, and it has more of the neurotoxin type components to its venom versus most of the prairie rattlesnake's venom is made up of hemotoxic. Our rattlesnakes on the northern side of their range, they range from Mexico to Canada. Our prairie rattlesnakes have more of the neurological affecting toxins in their venom also, though. You don't want to get bit by any rattlesnake.
No.
The good thing about the midget faded rattlesnake is they're very secretive, they're very calm, and they're very reluctant to bite. Versus their cousins, the prairie rattlesnakes. If you get close enough to a prairie rattlesnake, it's probably going to bite you.
Yeah, you'll get a rattle warning, but it's immediately followed by the fangs. Maybe.
And it's very easy to avoid them also. They don't just hang out in the open. They hang out under a sagebrush or along a rock along the trail. If you can identify those areas where they could possibly be resting or waiting for prey, If you just walk around those areas, you'll never get close to a rattlesnake, and they'll never chase you. Rattlesnakes don't chase people.
Right.
They're not aggressive at all, but they are defensive. Everything wants to eat them.
Yeah, and they've learned to live life that way. Hence the rattle, a warning. I mean, that's the snake saying, "I'm scared. I don't know who you are. You're going to get bit in a minute." I mean, that rattlesnake, they do give that warning. I've heard it.
Mm-hmm. The unfortunate thing in Wyoming, I brought some snakes. I got some snakes out to show you.
Show and tell.
We have several snakes that mimic rattlesnakes, like the plains hognose snake. Looks very similar. It's about the same size, but this is a very slow-moving, gentle, safe animal. They like to hiss and puff up and act tough, but dozens of these get killed every year, or maybe hundreds in Wyoming, because people think that they're rattlesnakes.
Yeah. And do they have I mean, should we not kill them? What do they do? They probably eat stuff. Yeah. They probably eat things we don't like, huh?
Yeah, that's right. They are the best rodent control known to man.
Yeah.
People say they got a good barn cat, but when the mouse goes down the hole, cat can't get him. But here's another one that mimics the rattlesnake is the bull snake. I think most people are pretty familiar with the bull snakes in Wyoming.
Yeah.
These guys can eat 100 rodents in one summer.
Holy mackerel.
So you got these guys hanging out by your house, your farm or ranch. Definitely don't kill them. They're wonderful animals.
And the bull snake, from the way I would tell them from a rattlesnake, is they're almost always bigger, Matt, or longer.
Yes.
They're big.
Longer in particular.
Yeah.
They are typically a long snake, and they don't have a rattle on their tail.
Right. And those are harmless, right? They're not going to hurt you.
There's only 2 species of snake in Wyoming that you want to steer clear of, and that's the prairie rattlesnake, found almost everywhere below 7,200 feet.
Yeah.
And the midget-faded rattlesnake, which you'll never see unless you really try to find one.
Now, what about, do we have water moccasins?
We do not have any water moccasins.
That's a Texas thing?
The southeastern United States.
Yeah.
But we do have, and Jackie was talking to me about this, was the kind of inspiration for her story, is we have this. This is a milk snake.
A milk snake, yeah. That's
a lot of people are very surprised that we have this tropical looking, these again are harmless snakes, but they have this black, red, and white pattern that so many people associate with something dangerous, like a coral snake.
That seems like a coral snake to me. Yes, Matt. It's not.
These are harmless. These guys eat mice.
Okay.
And lizards. And they'll even eat baby rattlesnakes.
Oh.
There's actually several species of snakes that will feed on rattlesnakes in Wyoming, including the racers. The other snake that she had found that she initially reached out to me on is she found one of these in the canyon near where she lives. This is a rubber boa.
Oh, look at this.
These are a very slow-moving, cold-tolerant snake that live in the mountains of Wyoming, by Yellowstone and then down south along the western border and in the Bighorn Mountains.
Oh, he's got such a little head for his body.
They do. And their tail is very similar looking to their head, and that's one of their defenses, is when they're threatened or scared, they'll stick their tail up in the air and confuse the predator, make it think it's their head.
Now, does the shininess are they slimy or no?
No. Snakes aren't slimy at all.
Right.
They're very smooth.
Yeah.
They're very cool to the touch and very smooth. I do a snake presentation for little kids at 4-H and Boys and Girls Club and at the schools here in Douglas.
Yeah.
And every time a kid touches a snake, they always say, "Wow, I thought they'd be slimy."
Right.
But no, they're just gentle, slow-moving animals. And a snake will never chase anybody. If a snake is ever moving towards you, it's probably because you are standing in between where it is and where it wants to be.
And, it's how do they move? That sidewinder, sideways squiggling they do. Do they all move like that?
So snakes have different types of, depending on the species and what they're moving through. All snakes can swim. Basically, their main method of moving is pushing from their back and then pulling from their front. So they're constantly pulling and pushing at the same time. That, I think, is why people think snakes are so fast, because they have to expend a lot of energy just to move a little bit.
Yeah.
Even the fastest snake in Wyoming, the yellow-bellied racer, if it's ripping through the grass, it's probably only moving about as fast as you're walking. But it seems like it's really
yeah. It's the illusion. It feels like it's moving fast. I get it. Okay, Matt, what is the snake I'm seeing so often in water, in the Snake River? Almost he swims a lot. He's in the water.
Is it gray and checkered?
Kind of.
Brownish? Those are wandering garter snakes.
Oh.
They're very common in that area. You guys actually have 2 species of garter snakes over there. The valley garter snake, which is a little larger, and it's black with a red sides and a beautiful yellow stripe on its back. And then the most common snake, the most common reptile in Wyoming, is the wandering garter snake. And they're small, and every single town in Wyoming, I'll just about guarantee you, below 10,000 feet has them right in town. In people's backyards, along any creek or pond. Very common. Yes,
and I see them a lot, just hiking. They're on the trail, sunning or whatever, just little guys. Yep. Interesting. So for the most part, you mentioned many species of snake. I mean, they don't want to be seen. They're probably not going to be seen. They're very elusive. How do you go find them?
It takes quite a bit of effort. And for a lot of these snakes, like I showed you here, they're considered fossorial snakes. They spend most of their life in the ground. So when conditions are right, after rainstorms, warm mornings after rainstorms, if you look underneath rocks, you can find some of these snakes, but you have to look under a lot of rocks to find one snake. And then the other method we use to find these snakes is driving around at night. After a warm day, the pavement warms up, and a lot of the snakes will come out to warm up on that warm pavement on a cool evening.
Yeah. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Matt Rasmussen is with us, our snake expert of the day. Did not see the Odyssey, by the way, if you're keeping score. Matt,
I plan to.
Yeah, I want to get to that eventually also. So how do snakes take in their environment? How do they find prey, smell prey? I know this tongue is like...
The tongue it's all about the tongue.
So
every snake has a forked tongue that they use, and they have an organ in the top of the roof of their mouth called the Jacobson's organ. And their tongue is forked. And when they bring that in and stick it in there, it tells them whether the scent that they're following, whether it's water or shelter or another snake or a potential food source, is either to the left or to the right. Their whole world is about their tongue, though. They see the world, so to speak, through scent. They have receptors. They do use their eyes. They all use their eyes, but that is secondary to their tongue.
And what about, I mean, I don't see any ears on these things. Do they hear me coming?
Yes, they can feel. They don't have an external ear. They can sense vibration. So obviously, if you're walking down a path or along a creek, they can definitely feel you going. And that's probably why you see them skittering away across the trail or whatever when you're going down fishing by the river.
Some snakes that you won't find in Wyoming, and maybe not even in North America, are these constricting type. That's how they kill their prey. They squeeze them up. Do we have those?
Most of our snakes could be classified as constrictors. The boas, the milk snakes, the gopher snakes, bull snakes, they all use constriction to subdue their prey. Some of the others, like the hognose and the racers and garter snakes, they will just overpower it. They will bite it, subdue it, and then start consuming it.
Oh, so because these aren't venomous and they don't have fangs. That's how they're going to take down the field mouse. Just wrap it up.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
And they do a good job at it.
And so also what I know of snakes, again, this is just my armchair snakeology, herpetology, is they don't eat very often. They don't need to eat every day. They can go long spells without eating.
Some species of snakes, like our prairie rattlesnakes, have been documented eating one time a year.
Wow.
Others that have a higher metabolism, like the garter snakes and the bull snakes, they have to eat pretty frequently. But their active season is still limited in most of Wyoming to about 3 months. So they are very efficient, that they could have a dozen or maybe 20 meals throughout the summer, and that will get them through 9 months of winter without losing any weight at all, to where they can start consuming again back, May or June.
Matt Rasmussen, leave us with some advice on snakes, whether we encounter one in the backcountry or more likely you see one in your yard or whatever. Don't resist. I know there's a fear that goes back to Genesis of snakes, and we want to get out the shovel. But I mean, that snake is doing some good work, man. What should we do if we've come across a snake?
It's a privilege to see a snake anytime in the wild, I think. They're interesting animals, and they're unique compared to almost all other animals, the way they live and how they live. If you see one, all you have to do is walk away from it if you're afraid. You don't have to interact with it. You don't have to kill it. You don't have to get the shovel out. You can take a picture and walk away. No snake in Wyoming has ever chased anyone down and bit them. So if you do see any snake, including a rattlesnake, enjoy it and give it space.
Yeah. A lot of space if it's a rattlesnake.
There you go.
All right. Well, thanks, Matt, for being on. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Have a great Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Coming up next, we're going to get with Larry Morgan, the most interesting man in the world. I'm kid you not.
It's a great time to live in Wyoming. Just one of the exciting developments in our state is the resurgence of energy.
Wyoming is America's energy breadbasket.
Cowboy State Daily has a team of reporters that not only give you the facts, but the perspective and state as well as global analysis that is so important in understanding this pivotal time in Wyoming's history. Count on Cowboy State Daily for the news and perspective you need at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake and with Larry. Larry Morgan, seriously, literally, is the most interesting man on earth. He's lived like 3 lifetimes. There's nothing he hasn't done or accomplished. And when you think about the road to freedom, the road to success, great advice from Larry. Money and success won't bring you freedom. It just probably puts you harder to the grindstone. Freedom will bring you success and money. Listen to this guy when he speaks wise words from a dude born in Superior, Wyoming. Don't bother looking for it on the map. It's gone. I was there, Larry, a few months ago in Superior in the Red Desert, and I can't imagine being born there. And then growing up in Iowa, which I think is a great state to keep you grounded. You become a grounded, regular person. And then you're as a 12-year-old dishwasher. Everybody should grow up in Iowa. Everybody should start their job occupation as a dishwasher, and you'll really go places there. Hi, Larry.
Well, steady, Jake. Let me say something first. I never thought I'd be interviewed by a guy who rubbed elbows with Jay Leno and Jerry Seinfeld, and you are a legend here in Jackson Hole, and it's an honor to be on your show.
No, reverse that. Larry, looks like you're in Jackson right now from the background, I'm guessing.
I'm at my home north of town, across from the Elk Refuge.
Awesome. So I just want to, kind of like the story from Renee Jean, I just want to go through your life. It's fascinating. Let's start at the beginning and go slow. Born in Superior, for real? You couldn't have been there very long.
Well, I stayed there till I was 4, I think. My father was a coal miner and during World War II. I was born in 1943, and coal mining was a strategic occupation. But he was in 2 cave-ins, and after the second cave-in, he started to rethink his career, and he picked up the family and moved to Iowa and started a tiny little cafe in a tiny little town.
Wow, and that's where you learned some work ethic. As a kid, you had dreams, like a lot of us do, of making money, buying a car or something as a teen. So yeah, to the dishwasher you went.
Well, I was always attracted to hard work and hardworking people. And I was one of those kids. My mother used to call out to me in the yard and say, "What are you doing?" And I would say nothing. And she'd say, "You never did nothing in your life. What are you doing?" I was always real busy. And knowing that, my dad gave me the chance to be a dishwasher in the cafe. But he paid me the adult wage, which was 35 cents an hour. And hell, I was the richest kid in town. Most kids were getting 25 cents a week allowance, and I was making 35 cents an hour 6 days a week.
And that wasn't enough. He takes a side job setting pins in a bowling alley. I mean, you were a go-getter.
Well, I just like to work. And I got an opportunity to set pins in a bowling alley. This was, long before pin setters. You actually had a huge machine with a handle on it, and you had to pick up the pins and put them in the machine and set it on the ground. And every once in a while, a bowling pin would come flying up through the pit and knock you off the back of the thing. And it was hard work, but it was a fun job. And I got to meet a lot of the guys, the adults in town, and the tips were real good. They didn't stop bowling until midnight, though. So it was kind of a grueling schedule.
Larry Morgan is with us. We're just going to call him the most interesting man on earth. Also an author. They call him the closer. We'll get into your corporate deal making, high stakes sales producer, how you can apply some of Larry Morgan's life lessons into whether you're a salesman or not. Everybody could use a little bit of sales skill and how to close a deal for sure. So we got you in Iowa now. You eventually do make a return to Wyoming and right back similarly to that Red Desert area, Rock Springs, Uncle Ken Shelton, and chasing down wild horses. I saw lots of wild horses in Red Desert, by the way. They get around in there.
I think they're still there, Jake.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle was quite a character. I went to high school in Iowa, but in the summers, I would go back and spend my summers with Ken. He was just one of the most fascinating men I ever met, a real cowboy. He actually ran the Coors distributorship for most of his life until he retired. And I was very fortunate to get to be able to hang out with him and learn his hard-earned life lessons. And I think it's there that I developed my storytelling ability and my ability to relate to what I call real people who have real jobs and real lives and do real things. And
that seems to me the heart of salesmanship. before you sell a widget or a piece of land or whatever you're selling, you got to sell yourself. And that requires a connection with people. You got to know all kinds of people in all kinds of walks of life, studying people. That's important. And you got to really care about it, right?
Well, I think that the first two rules of selling anything are, first of all, know your product. It's amazing. I went out to buy a car the other day, and the kid that was selling the car didn't know anything about the car.
Yeah.
Well, I can go online if I want to do that. I wanted a salesman that knew everything there was to know about the product. The second thing is you have to know your customer. You have to know their needs and their wants, and you have to understand them, and you have to identify with them, and you have to care about them. You really have to be performing a job, a service that you should be selling them something that they really need and really want. And your job is to overcome the objections to buying it and make it as easy as possible. And that applies to anything in life. You know, Jake, we're all salespeople. We're all selling somebody something. Every morning we wake up in our lives, we're trying to persuade somebody to do something. And the people who master the art of persuasion become rich.
I think of ABCs. You've probably seen the movie Glenn Close.
It's a fascinating movie, and I recommend it. It's not a happy movie, but it's a very good movie. I think Jack Lemmon was in it. Alec Baldwin was in it. And to some extent, Jake, I actually lived that life for 2 or 3 years. I was actually Alec Baldwin's character for 2 or 3 years.
Oh my! It's a great acting in the whole movie, but it's where that ABC always be closing comes from. Larry, what's a piece of advice from the book, from your life, that you could give people who maybe are in sales and are you're up to that point where it's decision-making time. You've handheld a potential customer as much as you can. You got to get them across the finish line. You got to close the deal.
Well, I think the first rule, if you're selling anything, is you should be selling something that the product you're selling, the customer can actually use. He actually has need for it. And my grandfather used to tell me, no one was ever sorry they bought the best there is. If you're selling something, sell the best there is, because most of the objections to buying things go away if you're already selling the best there is. You know, the thrill of getting a bargain goes away long before you realize that the cheap product you bought doesn't work. So sell the best there is, know your product, know your customer, and continue to perform and to perfect your career. You know, most salespeople are hired with no training whatsoever. Corporations spend millions of dollars onboarding salespeople. They don't teach them anything about selling. They don't teach them anything about their product. And 70 or 80% of them are gone. They fail within the first 3 or 4 months. A professional salesperson continues to study his profession, continues to read books, continues to master the art of selling, and they do that throughout their life.
Yeah, I could see that, where that's today's hiring method. Throw a bunch of people into the deep end and see who teaches themselves to swim. Larry Morgan is with us. Let's go back to Larry Morgan, 20-something. You've worked hard. How do you get from working harder to working smarter where you are today? You always had hustle, but then I think... I don't know. What did you learn then? How did you get to Larry Morgan, the closer?
Well, I think working smarter is a product of education and experience. And the combination will teach you that it's better to work smart than it is to work hard. What's the old song, Jake? Bony fingers? Work your fingers to the bone. What do you get? Bony fingers.
Hoyt Axton.
Yeah, Hoyt Axton. That's right. And so I was also fortunate in that early in my career, I was able to associate with a lot of really top-notch professional salespeople. And I was very fortunate early in my career when I really started into serious professional sales. I had a guy who took me under his wing. He was probably one of the best closers I've ever seen in my life. And we became very good friends, and we later went into business together, and that was a turning point in my life. His mentorship really made a lot to me. And that's really the reason I wrote the book. I'm 83 years old, Jake. I'm semi-retired. I'm still doing deals. My phone rings, I'm going to answer it. I'm a shameless capitalist. I just, I don't think I'll ever quit. But it's time in my career to give back to a profession that has given me so much. And that's the reason I wrote the book. The Closer is really, it's different than most sales trainings books in that it isn't a how-to book. It's a how I did it book. So it's part memoir and part sales training book. And frankly, Jake, I was amazed, when it was first published. It became a bestseller on Amazon, caught me by surprise. I didn't dream that would happen. And it's been a good ride. It's been a lot of fun. I've met a lot of people. My email address is in the book. I've had contact with thousands of people I never would have known. It's been a great experience.
Yeah, and Larry, I don't know if this is in the book so much as also on the website, Road to Freedom, I'm reading, but you also want to, at this point in your life, I think, give back not only a how-to, like, do you want to, be like me and be successful like I did? Here's how I did it. But also, I think it's a bigger life lesson. Find what inspires you. I love this stuff about thinking outside the box. Larry Morgan says there is no box. You make up your own world, man. It's deep advice. It's more than just how to close the deal. It's, how you might want to live your life.
Jake, I've done countless podcasts and interviews since that book was published. And I want to tell you something. You're the best interviewer I've had in 12 months. You are really good at what you do. I really appreciate that because it makes my job as being interviewed much easier if the guy that's interviewing me knows a little bit about me and a little bit about the book and a little about what's going on. And most of these deals I've done, they don't have a clue. It's just they're filling airspace. I really appreciate you, Jake. You're really good at what you do. Now, I realize that's right out of How to Win Friends and Influence People.
You're playing me, Larry.
But no, it's true. The book I read that changed my life, which I mentioned in the book. Now I should be plugging my book, not someone else's.
Yeah.
And the book is probably long out of print, but you can buy it on Amazon, I'm sure. It was a book written by a famous economist named Harry Browne, Browne. And Harry wrote a book entitled How I Found Freedom in an Unfree World. And the title kind of sums it up. And it was Harry's quote that, we're trained to think outside the box, but we don't realize there is no box. All the traps that we find ourselves in life, we put ourselves in those boxes, and we know how we got in them, so we know how to get out of them. And I read that book, and within 6 months, I completely changed my life. And it was at that point that I really kind of was able to get into high ticket sales and really started to make money. And that's why I have the statement that, money won't make you free, but being free will give you the opportunity to make money.
Yeah, Larry Morgan, I think he's learned the key to life now. No longer chasing deals. If they come to him, he'll make them. But Larry is doing his thing. How do we? I need to read this book, The Closer. How do we? It's unique. You don't buy it on Amazon. How do I read it?
It's on Amazon. It's just if you go on Amazon Books and look up Larry Morgan, The Closer, it'll be the first book that pops up.
Okay.
But I'm going to cost myself some money here, Jake. The Kindle version is much better. The Kindle version is only $5. The paperback, I think, is $14.95. And by the way, all the profits I get from the book go to my 3 favorite charities: Tunnels Towers, St. Jude's Children's Hospital, and Operation Smile.
All right.
So if you go on Amazon Books, Larry Morgan, The Closer, it'll pop up. I highly recommend the Kindle version. It's $5, and it has pictures. The paperback doesn't.
That doesn't sound like a successful salesman closer to me, as Larry points you towards the cheaper version, Kindle. Okay, The Closer, Larry Morgan. Hey, thanks for being on, Larry.
Well, Jake, I'll leave you with one final thought if you're a salesperson.
Yeah.
The only reason anything in the world doesn't sell is the price. I don't know what kind of car you drive, Jake, but I'll give you $1 for it.
It's in the shop right now. $1 would be
50 cents.
Yeah, I shouldn't have said that.
Thanks. It's been great. I really enjoyed this. You're a pro.
Thank you, Larry. Have a great Monday.
See you.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to get to news. Let's do that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming from the Cowboy State Daily News Center. I'm Reese Cowan, in for Mac Watson. Gerald Uden says he put the bodies of his 1980 murder victims in barrels and sunk them in the Fremont Lake. Cowboy State Daily's Zachary Sontag reports that OSAR found a barrel 388 feet deep last week.
This independent search and rescue organization known as OSAR said, we're going to go see if we can find this barrel. People spent months looking for anything before, and these guys go out there, and within the first day, within the first handful of hours, they find exactly what people have been looking for. They were stunned, and now comes the extraction phase.
Uden initially denied having a role in their killings or disappearances, but Stacy Koester kept pressing, and eventually he admitted to killing them. After an agitated bison flipped a 65-year-old man in Yellowstone last weekend, it charged after another group of campers. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that the bison targeted a 12-year-old.
According to an eyewitness that I spoke to, the bison rampage continued at the same campground. There were 4 people in the E-loop of the Bridge Bay campground. 2 of those people were from Switzerland, a mother and her 12-year-old son. And at one point, the bison was targeting both of them. It was highly agitated. Thankfully, they managed to find safety in a bathroom that was on site.
Joshua Lewis spoke to the 2 men who successfully distracted the bison, and they were going over every detail in exasperation. They seemed to be experienced backcountry hikers, which added to their dismay in the moment. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
This spring and summer, everyone can do their part to keep motorcycles safe on the roads. Motorcyclists, be sure to wear high visibility gear, and drivers, look twice and save a life. This Safe Driver Update is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
This is Robert Short, candidate for Secretary of State. I've built businesses in Wyoming, served as an election judge, and worked diligently the past 11 years as a county commissioner to create collaborations and partnerships with stakeholders around our state and nation to benefit the people of Wyoming. As your next Secretary of State, you can count on me to put these skills to work for the benefit of you, the people of Wyoming. Vote Robert Short, Secretary of State. Visit shortforstate.com for more info, paid for by Short for State.
I'm Brent Bien, the only candidate for governor who has always stood against hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. AI data centers are not coming here for our way of life. They're coming for our cheap energy, water, open land, and current tax incentives. Our youth are already raising concerns about AI, its impact on our environment, jobs, privacy, creativity, and our future. Vote for me, Brent Bien, for governor on August 18th, because I will say no to hyperscale data centers in Wyoming. Paid for by Brent Bien for governor.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. The Wyoming Supreme Court on Friday rejected all the appeals a former foster dad made to overturn his 128 to 178 year sentence. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that he sexually abused children.
Steve Marler was convicted last April for sexually abusing and physically abusing children who had been his foster kids. He was a formerly award-winning foster dad, and he had adopted kids, and the testimony ranged fairly graphic, explicit, and severe. Some of that testimony consisted of other acts evidence, which is where a witness is allowed to talk about things you have done that aren't evidence underpinning one of the crimes for which you've been charged. Now, Marler on appeal had contested many portions of his trial.
Stephen Marler, 51, was not deprived of a fair trial in April 2025, says a unanimous majority opinion by Wyoming Supreme Court Justice Robert Jarosz issued Friday. An RV appeared to lose its brake on the Teton Pass Wednesday. Cowboy State Daily's Colby Fedor reports it was weaving through traffic before somehow reaching the bottom without crashing.
Last Wednesday, a Jackson videographer named Jeff Bernard captured a terrifying video of a motorhome that apparently had lost its brakes. As it careened around the pass, you could see smoke. Bernard said it was especially concerning because there had just been a fatal wreck about 1 week earlier on July 7th that resulted in 2 2 fatalities with 4 people injured. Luckily, this did not result in a crash. Bill Sniffen, who's had over 50,000 miles pulling a motorhome, says that often you'll smell something or hear something before you know something is wrong, and it is terrifying.
Wednesday's close call serves as another reminder of how quickly a routine drive can become an emergency. Bernhard tells Cowboy State Daily, quote, "It demands more respect than what most people give it." And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Reese Cowan in for Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show as we welcome in Zach Sontag. Zach looks frozen, and now he's gone. Let's try this again. Zach, are you with us for real?
I'm on here. What's going on, Jake?
I'm on here. Your story, wow, this is breaking news kind of thing. The admission from a triple homicide dude and potentially the recovery of the victims. Incredible, Zach, and well told, fantastic story, worth the read. Everybody better get caught up and read it. So, let's start with how you found out about this story. Jen Coker, normally she knows all these kind of things when there's cold case, missing persons. How did it get onto your radar, Zach?
This is Jen. This is Jen Coker doing her digging like she does so well. And she knows people, and people like her. They trust her. And they reached out to her with some new tips about, among other things, letters from prison from Gerald Uden, who had been saying all kinds of stuff over the years. He did it. He didn't do it. He put him in Fremont Lake. He didn't. And new letters from prison said that there was reason to believe he indeed put him in Fremont Lake, and that he had put him in a place where maybe he didn't tell people he put them before. And so that opened up the possibility that maybe, just maybe, we got it wrong the first time. Because a big part of this story is that people had completely written off the idea that he had put these murdered bodies in the lake. They said there's no way. Officials searched that thing. They combed the bottom in exactly the place where he told them he put the bodies. And he went out with them to the lake in 2013. And he said, this is where it is. And they searched and they searched and they found nothing. So everybody said he's full of crap. Now, 12 years after the fact, somebody gets some letters from prison. They find their ways to Jen's desk, and she has contacts in this world, and it kind of triggered a process that got going, and that went on last week, and it was quite a mission to be a part of, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, so this, we don't have to do the whole alleged and suspected anymore, right? Gerald Uden is in prison for this triple murder.
Indeed. He was convicted in 2013. It only becomes a question of his credibility as to the latest because he recanted in 2023, and he said, I want to take back my confession. And Claire McFarland wrote about this. And this Wyoming Supreme Court said, sorry, buddy, that's not happening. And then afterwards, someone from WildFind, a woman named Stacy Koester, who is the president of WildFind, they're interested in finding missing persons, started making contact with him in prison. And at first he told her, nope, I didn't do it. But she kept pressing, and he says, okay, fine, I did it. And you know what else? I'll tell you that they're in a place where they might not have looked. And that was recently.
Yeah.
So
and
that's how I understand it.
Right. And the authorities are thinking at this point, yeah, we've heard this before. This guy's been all over the place with his stories. I did it. I didn't do it. They're here. They're not there. So certainly the rescue, the recovery operation, and this is where we start talking about Bill Dose enters into the picture. Was there a lot of skepticism as to, is this story correct this time? We've tried this.
100%. Everybody was skeptical. I mean, on the far end, you had the people who had been in law enforcement and search and rescue who'd done it all before, and they were absolutely convinced this is a goose chase. There's just no two ways about it. You're wasting your time. And then you had a group of missing persons advocates and search and rescue nonprofits like Bill Dosey's Organized Search and Rescue, who were saying, look, there's plenty of reason to be skeptical, but our intuition is telling us that this is not finished and that there is a high possibility. And so everyone was skeptical. Nobody knew for certain. And I think that's what makes this really powerful, is that people just trusted their gut feeling and went out on their own time and dime and were able to find something that people had been looking for, depending on how you think of it, for as much as 46 years.
Zach, give our listeners an idea of Fremont Lake and the challenges of finding something in this. This is the biggest lake in the Wind River Range and deep.
Man, this thing is massive. It's like 10 miles long or thereabouts, a mile wide, and ice cold and super deep. I mean, and it's deep, but it's like 610 feet. And the problems there are, if you drop something, you lose something, you can't just dive down and get it at those depths. Divers can't handle that, not in these temperatures either. You're talking about temperatures that are as low as 39 degrees down there. And I mean, you get hypothermia in 70 degrees if you're not careful. So you've got huge issues for how do you even get something off of the bottom of a lake that this is this deep, this cold, and this steep. And it is dark down there too. I saw some of this drone footage, and you get past 150 feet, even 200 feet, it's lightless. You can't see anything. So it's the perfect place in so many ways to hide something that you don't want people to find. But if you want to find something, you're going to have some challenges. So they were up against all of that. Enter the new technology. And I think that's a big reason that this search and rescue team thought they had a chance, is because they really were bringing new advanced technology to the task.
Bill Dosey is kind of taken it upon himself to make this recovery. He's been after it. It's, for decades. And tell me, Tip Top Search and Rescue, we know they're one of the best search and rescue outfits out there, but they're limited in what they can do money-wise and technology-wise. You got to bring in OSAR, and I think that was the sonar. That's this new tech that can see things at the bottom of these depths, and they saw something.
Indeed, they did. And you make a good point, because Tip Top Search and Rescue, the other point is that they are good. They've got deep sonar, and they really scanned. And if they can't find it, who can really? And part of the issue may be that they were looking in the wrong place. One key point here was the issue of depth, and that may have thrown the first searches off the scent because, and here is something that I love about this story, but Tip Top Search and Rescue Water Search Team Leader John Lynn actually went out to the lake with Gerald Uden in the custody of sheriffs to see where the spots in the barrel were. And he told them point blank, this is where I put the barrels. And so that's where they searched. And we don't know exactly what was in the letters that came out recently that gave people the reason to believe that he may have been either misremembering or misguiding at that point. There are still some questions there, but they had great technology and they didn't find it. So naturally, you'd think it must not be there, but these guys, Organized Search and Rescue, brought even better technology. And it is partly just because of the recent developments in ROVs and underwater drones, what they're capable of. And it is amazing, man. I saw this little thing. It's like a sea turtle just swimming down there on the surface. It can go up to 600 feet deep. And its sonar will pick up beer cans from 100 feet away. You can look at it. We zoomed in on a Bud Light can, and sure enough, we said, wow, this technology is good. If we can't find it with this, we might not find it with anything.
Zach, sorry, you really brought to life, and you almost put us in the boat when they did find, when there was a blip. And Carter Sinclair, I can almost feel like I'm there with him when he says, guys, I think I got something here. And Dosey's like, you're shizzing me. Like, were you there? How you capture it as if it's happening right at the moment?
Oh, it was intense. It was amazing. And I am indeed there. I'm right there in the pontoon boat. And the work is such that it will kind of lull you. You won't be paying attention because it's slow. You're just going through the process. You're looking at all the same kind of readout. And so something small can really just flip everything quick. And sure enough, Carter Sinclair gets a little blip on the sonar. And we can tell by the tone of his voice, okay, this isn't a blip like he's seen yet. Everyone's ears perk up. And when he says, let's go have a look, and next thing you know, the entire boat is crowded around the drone controller screen with their jaws practically as deep as the ocean itself. I mean, they were stunned. Everyone was stunned. The moment just felt surreal. And Bill Dosey, as I explained, I mean, his face was slack. You might have thought he saw a ghost. You weren't sure. And it was really a big, big moment for everyone because they, like I mentioned, even they were skeptical. You know, even they knew they were taking a risk. And here it is.
So what was seen, and does it match up with Uden's, with the killer's confession? He says he remembers putting, I think, in warning, this is graphic, he remembers putting the two kids, stuffing them in an oil drum, and then he had another barrel or something else for the wife. So what was seen on the bottom? At least one drum?
They confirmed one drum, and there's no one can say exactly what the drum would have looked like, but for all intents and purposes, everyone is convinced this is exactly the type of drum that he described back in 2013 when he first made his confession. And indeed, that's what it is. It's looks like a 55-gallon style drum. It's corroded, it's sealed, it's ribbed. It's what they've been looking for ever since he first told them that he put them in barrels and put them in the water.
And Zach, he said he punched holes in it so water would come in and it would sink and not float. Could you see holes in it? Was the technology that good?
The initial imagery did not indicate obvious bullet holes or puncture holes on the parts of the barrel that were easily visible. However, there are reasons why that may have those bullet holes may have been, filled up or covered up in the time since. And then there's a consideration that there's a good third of the bottom that you can't see. So there may be bullet holes that have been covered up. They may be in the only part that you can't witness from the camera underwater, or there may not be bullet holes in it. And so there's a lot of questions, and there's reason to believe that, hey, this can only be one thing. And then there's also reason to say this is a world you don't know what it could be. And as of now, as Sheriff Casey Laird told me, it's amazing they found this thing, but it is still, for the time being, just a barrel.
Two more things. The big breakthrough in this case was the doggedness of founder president of WyoFind Search, Rescue, and Recovery, Gillette-based organization. Stacy just wouldn't give up. And I wonder if Stacy was able to hit upon, and she pulls a re-confession out of the murder. Remember that he tried to change his tune at one time. And I wonder if Stacy realizes that it's not a fruitless effort to stay after these people when they're in prison, because I think they get to a point in life, maybe they're in their 80s. And I think that was the case here where they want to come clean. They want to confess. They realize they're going to die in a penitentiary. And so maybe towards the end of their life, they want to start making things right. And Stacy didn't give up. That was the breakthrough.
I mean, you just got to give her a lot of credit. If this turns out to be what a lot of people think it is, then Stacy is going to be one of the major heroes in all of this, because her persistence and her willingness to just do what it takes and to be able to get a reconfession, so to speak, from Uden. She was able to develop that rapport with him. And I think you're right. And it goes back to something that John Uden, when he went out with search and rescue members, told John Lynn, who is in the story, why he was doing this. And John Lynn was sitting across the boat from him, and he said, I want to ask you point blank, why should we believe you? You've been lying about this for 35 years. Why now? And he looked at him from 2 feet away, and he said, I got to get right with God, and this is the way to do it. So if that was true then, it may be true now, and we may have gotten a breakthrough in something that people have been asking for answers to for 46 years. We'll see.
Yeah, and the question, to what end? Because there is no longer family or any relations to these victims at all. If we are to recover their remains, to what end? It's just to set things right, just to make sure there's a proper burial for these victims and they're not forgotten. Zach, is there any indication of what the next step is? Found a barrel, now you got to get it to the surface.
Yeah, like we say, just a barrel right now. They got to get it to the surface, and this introduces an entire new host of complex problems, because, of course, there's the technology in the world to do it, but these are really expensive solutions. Like, this is hard to go dive down 600 feet at this altitude, no less, which has its own complications, and scoop a barrel off the bottom of a lake bed. So there are plans. There's an extraction plan in place that Ozar put together, and they've got that plan before the governor's office. And as it looks now, they're going to be building a custom rig that is capable of a deep water pickup. And they won't tell me more. It's very, very close to the chest. There's no timeline. There's no details. But that is the target. That's what they're aiming for. Yeah, and no guarantee of success. Very expensive. If we're talking Amelia Earhart or recovering something in the Titanic, spare no expense. This is Sublette County, Pinedale, Wyoming, and a case that goes back to 1980. But I think we need a resolution here. We need some kind of period, last chapter of this story. Zach Sontag, what a story. You told it well, you and Jen Coker. Thanks, Zach. You bet. Thanks. Have a great Monday. We'll be right back with Dan Starks, the guy behind the Military Museum in DuBois, right after this.
The midterm elections are quickly coming up in November.
We have to win the midterms. It's the most important election.
And Cowboy State Daily gives you the local political coverage
that has national implications.
I think that we need to be more aggressive in terms of talking about what the real issues are.
Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the coverage, insight, and knowledge about the candidates as we ramp up to the midterm elections in November. Cowboy State Daily, your daily source for all things Wyoming.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. The moment I chose hope was when I couldn't look myself in the mirror anymore. I did not recognize myself. Absolutely. So I'm so proud because I did not think I was gonna make it. And now, you know, I get to call my mom and say I love her. I get to teach my son how to say, Mama, I love you. Yeah. So for me, hope in this moment, it is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
Judy.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Right back to the Zoom room and pick up our discussion with Dan Starks. He's the man behind the National Museum of Military Vehicles that you see in DuBois, just about 8 miles east of DuBois, right outside of town. Dan, so happy that you've shared your collection with the world. And that's what this is all about. I think Dan would be the first one to admit he never thought he'd build a museum for people to come and see. He was just collecting. And then I think you got to a point where you're like, I got a lot of stuff and I need to share this with people. I'm glad you did. Take us back to the beginning. When did you start hoarding tanks?
Well, I started hoarding them after 2014, but I bought my very first one in 2011. It was a 30-ton paperweight, junked, gutted World War II Sherman tank. I had the fantasy of finding someone to restore it so my wife and I could celebrate American freedom driving it in the DuBois 4th of July parade. And from there, things just kind of got out of hand to where today I have a collection of 510 military vehicles, the largest private collection in the world.
So the tanks came later. What was the very first military vehicle you got? Can you remember? A Jeep, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it was a Sherman tank. It was a gutted Sherman tank. I bought it in November of 2011. It had been a range target. When the military shut down their firing range, they left the targets out in the field to rot. So this had been just rusting for 50 years. It had a tree growing out of it, and I got a chance to buy it for $50,000. I said, I'll take it.
$50,000 for a junked tanker that can't even shoot stuff?
Yeah. And, I thought, well, I can find somebody to restore it. I had no idea how hard it was to find someone who had both the time and the capability and the parts to restore it. So 3 years later, I'm frustrated. I'd made no progress getting it restored. I bought a second tank that already was restored and drove it in the 4th of July parade that year, 2014.
Oh, man. If you've ever been to a DuBois 4th of July parade, prior to Dan Starks and the museum, the 4th of July parade was great. It's so Americana, small town. It was already good. Dan took it to next level. When you see some of these things go rumbling by. Yeah, let's talk about the expertise required to refurbish some of these vehicles. I mean, there are people that this institutional knowledge may not exist. Where do you even get the new tread for a tank, much less somebody who knows how to make it work?
You're exactly right. It's huge challenges. And There are parts like the tracks. The tracks are hard to find and they're so fungible. Those are going to wear out first. And so I hoard as many tracks as I can. I've got a huge warehouse, 25-foot high ceiling with racks of tracks and tank engines and everything that I think not only I want to use during my lifetime, but I want to have these parts available for people after me to be able to continue to operate the enterprise.
Hey, Dan, whether it's the parade or the museum, what have you found that really resonates with people? I mean, certainly veterans who have served, to see these old relics come back to life, that's got to be, it's meaningful. But for kids who don't, kids are just fascinated with anything big and loud. I mean, what really connects with people with these museum pieces, these military vehicles?
It's the human stories. It's not the vehicles at all. It's just using these vehicles to put people in the shoes of the Americans who served inside these vehicles. If I use an example of a Sherman tank, all you have to do is climb inside a Sherman tank and then imagine, what if there were 4 other men in here? So there are 5 of us, and you start to get the idea just how claustrophobic it is, how limited your vision is, and then you start the storytelling about, hey, a Sherman tank is going to be taken out every time by a German tank. The Sherman tank was not as good for a tank-on-tank weapon as the German tanks were. They were designed for entirely different purposes. So once you start getting that setting, and then you say, hey, Americans got inside those Sherman tanks every single day, knowing that they were not likely to come back, and the tanks next to them wouldn't come back. And the next day, they'd either get right back inside that tank and go out in harm's way again, or until the war is over, or it was their turn not to come back. And so that storytelling, it's the valor, it's the human spirit. It's, did you know what Americans did and what they went through? And these vehicles really just help bring those stories to life.
Dan, you're right. It's not the hunk of metal. It's the stories behind them. It's got to be human connection. Now, I think at your museum, do you offer an opportunity to actually get in one of these tanks? You've been in them. Take us in there. What is it like? You can't see. What can you see when you're driving it?
Yeah, take for example. So the I go back to the movie Fury. For a lot of people saw the Brad Pitt movie Fury, and a person really understands why Brad Pitt had his hatch cover open and his head sticking out of the tank. It's because the guys inside that had their hatch covers down were completely blind for all practical purposes. They're just looking through a narrow slit called a periscope, no peripheral vision, and you add to it the claustrophobia, you add to it the lack of vision, you add to it you can't hear. You fire that gun, you fire a 75 millimeter gun, a 3-inch gun that is 6 inches away from your head inside a steel enclosed chamber. Just imagine what it does to your hearing. And then the smoke from firing that round fills up that fighting chamber. So you can't move, you can't see, you can't hear, you can't breathe, and you're outgunned. The armor on your tank is thinner than the armor on the tank that you're fighting against. It's just an amazing experience to understand what Americans really did to give us the freedom that we have and to preserve the freedom that we have.
Unbelievable story. Dan Starks, the man behind the Museum of Du Bois and the parade. So in stages, you've constantly leveled up. What began as your collection, it then becomes a museum. The museum, every time I drive by it, Dan, is getting more and more. There's more and more pieces. And the parade now, not resting on your laurels, you decide this last 250th, we got to step it up yet again, and you're going to have the tanks run over cars. I got some video here. Where did you get somebody to donate the Honda Civic or whatever it is, and how did you think of this one?
Well, the thinking of it was the easy part.
Yeah,
it's like and the idea was for America 250. What we really wanted to do is we wanted to do something important. So that the car crushing and the machine gun shoots were really lure to have it be worth people's while to come to the museum so we could talk about the history of American freedom, so that we could talk about the genius and courage of our founding fathers. But if we were to advertise, hey, for America 250, come listen to a speaker, nobody would have come. But if we say, hey, come and watch us crush cars, watch tanks spin around, see the impact and hear what an M134 minigun can do, firing 6,000 rounds a minute, offer free vehicle rides to people, offer the opportunity for people to climb inside tanks, that gets people there. And once they're there and they're having fun and they've got a really memorable experience, they'll listen to a talk for 1 hour, and we get to make our points, and we get to have that experience be not only fun and memorable and family friendly, but also very meaningful for the event of America 250.
Dan, you've been so generous sharing with the world your collection of military vehicles. At some point, you got to run out of money. I mean, you've been too good to us. Just filling these tanks full of diesel has to be a great expense. Golly.
Well, I did run out of money. I did, and I've my wife and I've invested $150 million of our own money into what we have in place. And there was a period where I ran out of cash and quit expanding for about 18 months and liquidated some assets and generated some more liquidity. And now we're continuing to expand. So we've built the Liberty Lodge on campus, a 70-room hotel right there to help support people's visits. That'll open in January of 2027. And we've already begun the dirt work for doubling the size of the museum. So that main museum building is 140,000 square feet. We're building another 140,000 square foot building right next door to it so that we can add additional galleries about the Cold War, about the two Gulf Wars, about 9/11, about the liberation of Afghanistan, about the global war on terror, and have room left over to talk about the history of American freedom that hasn't happened yet.
I said the museum has been hosting important events. It has become a destination place. People will circle it and say, on our trip in Wyoming, we got to get to this museum. Who would have thought in tiny little Never Sweat, Wyoming in DuBois that this museum would be? I mean, did you imagine it would achieve any of this success?
Yes and no. On the one hand, when we built the museum as we did, our attitude was, well, if nobody ever comes, that's okay, because we're not building this as a business. We're building this to offer an opportunity to people that want to take advantage of it. And so that was really the starting point. So there's no downside. But my role model is the Baseball Hall of Fame in Cooperstown, New York. Cooperstown, upstate New York, nobody knows where it is. It's in the middle of nowhere. It's not an issue. It's a destination. It gets, I don't know how many hundreds of thousands of visitors a year. And we have exactly that same opportunity, but with a lot more going for us because we have the national parks, the national forests, dude ranches, hunting, fishing. So if someone wants to make the museum itself a destination, they can build a great itinerary around it. And it's a really fulfilling, valuable, total experience.
Yeah, and again, that collection, if you saw the museum 2 years ago, it's time to see it again. I mean, Dan's adding on to it all the time. It is fascinating. It's a all-day experience if you're going to go check out the museum. Just fantastic. And now lodging on site. So, I mean, sky's the limit. Sky's the limit on where you can go with it, Dan.
Yeah, and our plans are really to have the museum itself be just kind of the starting point, because what it leads into then is a lot of educational opportunities. We're collaborating with the Wyoming Department of Education to create videos and lesson plans in our area of expertise for middle school and upper school teachers around the state to use, and potentially around the country to use. So, and then the idea of being able to educate educators, offer professional development programs for educators on military history and on civics is our goal going forward. And then the next side of it is we connect with as many veterans and veteran families as we do. The unmet needs of our veteran community really stand out. We have such a high suicide rate in our veteran community. There are typical challenges that military families have as they transition from active military duty back to the civilian life, and we can help with that stuff. We can help. So our goal is to, we already have, and we're expanding. Their future expansion will be veteran service and support programs, not only for veterans but for their families, both to express gratitude and also to help them in their transition back to civilian life. So those things, you don't think about that as that's what a museum does, but that's what we do. We're not quite the same as everybody else.
Yeah, it's so much more than a museum. The vision is just starting to come into shape now. Let me ask a weird question, Dan. Of all the vehicles you have on property, do you have one of those? I'm thinking of when I used to wash MASH, and they had one of those trucks that they would transport people or anything in, from the Vietnam War era, Korean War era, one of those transport trucks. You got one of those?
Yeah, sure we do. We've got several. Yeah, I mean, we've got, we have a very complete display of every kind of military vehicle, both trucks and Jeeps and combat vehicles used in the Korean War, used in the Vietnam War, used in World War II, and a lot of, we only have of the 510 vehicles in my collection, only 229 are actually in the museum. So most of the collection doesn't fit. This new 140,000 square foot building will help us showcase, to then put additional vehicles that are support more human storytelling. We've got, we're at the point where I can say we have just about everything except the most modern stuff. I can't get my hands on the combat vehicles that are still being used by the military.
Yeah, that's what my last question is. I mean, how do you go about sourcing all that? How do you find, in the beginning, you probably really had to do a lot of research and look, but now your phone probably rings. Somebody says,
right.
Hey, I got an old howitzer here. You might be interested. How do you get this stuff?
Sometimes on eBay.
Oh,
okay. It's true. It's literally true. Sometimes on eBay. That's not where we get most of the vehicles, but you'd be surprised. I mean, you put in search terms on the internet, you find something hiding under a rock. It's a diamond in the rough, but people do approach me now. So when other museums shut down, it's not unusual for private museums to close when the founder dies and the next generation doesn't want all that wealth tied up and they'll liquidate. That's a place. But I bought 150 vehicles from one World War II collector who'd spent his whole life creating his collection. And I got 150 vehicles in one day from him. So I can stand on the shoulders of people that have been working at this a lot longer than I have to make a lot of progress in a short period of time.
Well, Dan, you made this place work. It is you do not want to miss it. Put it on your bucket list. On your trip to Wyoming, don't miss the National Museum of Military Vehicles, Dan Starks, right outside of DuBois. And every 4th of July parade in DuBois just gets bigger and bigger with more and more stuff. Thanks, Dan.
My pleasure. Thank you so much.
You bet. We'll take one final break, come back with Ben Barto after this.
Are you still throwing money at boring advertising that nobody remembers? Cowboy State Daily Radio is where Wyoming talks, laughs, debates, and actually pays attention. Your customers are not only listening, they're talking about the news of the day. So why not put your business in the middle of the conversation? From sponsored interviews to powerhouse statewide campaigns, Cowboy State Daily Radio delivers your message with an exclusive Wyoming reach. Contact Piper Fenimore today at cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming. for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Hear that? That's the sound of your life. Perfectly imperfect. Beating in rhythm to the world you've created. But every time you drive after drinking, the music gets drowned out. Your life sounds pretty great. Don't let a buzz ruin it. Buzzed driving is drunk driving. Don't drive buzzed.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
And we're back. Our final guest as we wrap up this Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Ben Barto is with us. We're going to stay in DuBois. We were just in DuBois talking with Dan Starks. And downtown DuBois had the latest reason to go visit DuBois is Ben Barto's place. Ben bought the old Outlaw Saloon. Last time I was in there, it was a smoggy, smoky. Have you got the smoke out of that place yet?
Yeah, we put in a huge smoke eater, and then we've added some additional doors, and it's it's changed quite a bit. That smoke eater took care of most of it, but we also added 2 non-smoking sections of the bar, and that helped a lot as well.
Yeah, well, that place is iconic. I hope we can leave some of what made it great and change some of what needed changing. What's your vision, Ben, for the place? Yeah, and you bought it, right? I know it was up for sale.
Yeah, my wife and I bought it.
Yeah.
And we're partners in it. I've got a great partner there. She takes care of the bookwork, and I do a lot of the construction. And we're turning it around physically. As far as we put in a great big outdoor adult playroom with 2 horseshoe pits, a bocce court, and 3 cornhole lanes, as well as a big parking lot out back.
Oh, wow.
We also cut out right from the stage, put in 2 doubles doors. So you could, when you open up those double doors, you can dance to the band right there.
Fantastic. I can envision that. You really, because the place, it felt to me a little dark. So you open it up, make it a little family friendly. That feels good. What about the art aspect? And by the way, Ben Barto, self-taught artist, businessman, and I'm thinking about the whole knives, and I do want to talk about the Resurrection Bone Daddy 2.0. Bone Daddy lives again. But how are you going to incorporate art into this place?
Well, a lot of the artwork that I do, working with antlers and horns, I've already set up a lot of different wildlife displays on the walls. And then the gift shop I've got a nice knife showroom inside the liquor store. So it's a good combination of knives and alcohol.
Oh, perfect. So Ben, where were you previously selling your work, your knives? You haven't had a brick and mortar, have you, or did you?
Yeah, pretty much. 15 miles east of DuBois, I had a lodge out there with the big showroom. It was a bar restaurant at one point. We shut it down and just went strictly into the knife business. And then here recently, a couple of days ago, a Nashville songwriter and musician by the name of Skip Ewing contacted me after seeing what I've done with the place. And we've been talking. He would like to do a benefit because he knows I'm involved with the Horns for Heroes, which is a benefit organizations for veterans. So he's came up with the idea of possibly doing a benefit and doing the proceeds for the veterans cause that I started. It's a 501c3 nonprofit organization that I donate 5% of every one of my knife sales to this foundation. And we do, purchase wreaths across America for different cemeteries. And we also set up a 2000 scholarship fund in Du Bois for anybody that wants to enter the military. It's called the Chance Phelps Scholarship Fund.
Skip Ewing, legendary songwriter, certainly in Wyoming. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. We're just working out all the details right now. If it goes the way we'd like it to with the production, it'll be August 6th on a Thursday night. But we have a lot of work to do in a short amount of time.
Yeah. So Ben, the connecting room to the Outlaw that was most recently like a gift shop area. Were you running that, and that stays?
Well, as soon as we bought the lodge or the bar about a year ago, we started in on that because it was it used to be a restaurant in there, and that was where they served the food, and it was big enough to where it accommodated the expansion for the liquor store. Now we have a walk-in cooler in the same section, as well as the knives.
And your wife was retailing out of there, yes?
No.
Oh.
No, that was somebody else. That was
okay.
They had it leased for a while.
Oh, I see.
So just when we bought it, we did not renew the lease. We just turned it into however we wanted it.
Yeah. So you almost got the whole block there now. There's a lot to it. Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why we purchased it, was for the just the property that came with it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, it's a smart move. I love Du Bois. Du Bois is such a great, and Du Bois has a good amount of lodging and travel, and they get people going through on their way to Yellowstone, whatnot. Sure. Yet the town has been careful about how they choose to grow. I mean, you don't see chains, in there. They don't want a McDonald's. They don't want all that stuff. Du Bois wants to be small, but yet still have tourism. I just love the way they've grown and done tourism in Du Bois. It's smart.
Yeah, we have some great people there. The city council and the mayor, and even the previous mayors. We want to keep it that hometown Western atmosphere. Just minimal growth and the growth that we want.
So Ben, what are you anywhere near the final vision? You got an idea? Oh man, I'm seeing photos now of the backyard. This looks so nice. You've really made this an inviting space. Are you where you want to be? You're still working on it?
We're still working on it. It's a work in progress. Every time we turn around, we find something that needs to be repaired.
Yeah.
We still have a vision going forward on what some of the final room and putting in an area where we can have a smoker and let people contract catering. We'd love to do that possibly next year.
Yeah, that'd be great. One thing that remains with the tradition that was always the Outlaw is you could always see some motorcycles parked out front. That's for sure. That continues too. That's part of your jam.
Yeah. We have what we call a Professional Biker Rodeo Association, and through being Bone Daddy for 20 years, I've met a lot of bikers from all over the United States, and I'm sure the word is getting out that Bone Daddy has a bar now. So we'll start seeing some of those patrons stopping in every once in a while, especially with Sturgis coming up.
Yeah, legend rides again. Barto traces a lot of his biker routes to Rock Springs. Big shout out to Post 24 and the American Legion. What used to be the Archie Hay Sand Puppies baseball team,
Right.
They changed their name. The Stallions, I don't know. I love when they were Archie Hay Sand Puppies.
Sure.
But Bone Daddy rides again. Let me share a photo of Bone Daddy. You got him out front, and you got him inside the saloon as well. Yeah, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else you want to add before we let you go?
No, not that I can think of. We're just, like I say, it'll probably be another year before it's completely done. As far as right now, the local people says that it's picked the vibe back up again from what it used to be, and everybody likes the new atmosphere, the non-smoking and smoking to accommodate both smokers and non-smokers. We just hate to eliminate one of them. That's you eliminate half of your clientele when you do that. So we aim to please everybody.
Yeah, I did. But that's a good point. I wanted to ask you what the feedback is now from DuBois all around locals, residents. They probably enjoy the glow up that you've given Outlaw. I mean, it didn't have a bad reputation, but it was, it wasn't necessarily family friendly. What about, Ben, the return folks who are visiting? They haven't seen the Outlaw for a year or 2 or 5, and they come. What have they been saying?
They just say this is an amazing uplift, and it really is. It's a total atmosphere from the minute you walk in the door now.
Yeah,
it's clean. Being a smoking bar for years without a smoke eater in it. All of the walls were dingy. We've also added some more windows in there because a lot of people, the locals, used to call it the dark bar.
Yeah.
No longer the dark bar.
It was dark. I mean, I remember going in it, and I wrote that piece about the Outlaw and the other bar going back. I'm the one who wrote that, and it was dark, but I had a great time there. Of course, if you shoot pool, there's that. And then, Ben, I love the sound system. I hope, did you keep those speakers? I thought the sound system was great in there.
There actually, for the last few years, there wasn't even a stage because part of it burnt down.
Oh,
so there was no sound system when we took over. But now we've got a nice sound system. We do karaoke every Thursday night, and it's a sufficient sound system to where if a singer wanted to come in and he didn't have a lot of the sound system and all he's got is a guitar and a mic, we can accommodate.
Yeah,
and the way it is right now, if you're a musician, you're going to want to play here.
I like that. Renee Jean has the story of the new and improved Outlaw Saloon, now under new management, new ownership. Ben Barto has moved in along with Bone Daddy 2.0. It's not the same Outlaw, but it's better.
Well, let's not forget Sherry Barto. She's a large part of it.
Ben and Sherry.
She keeps me running.
Ben, Sherry, and the unknown bookkeeper. They're making it run.
Right.
Thanks, Ben.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure.
Have a great Monday up there in DuBois.
You as well.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's going to wrap it up for us. I guess it will. Well, that was, wait, I don't want that song. I want this one. That was a fast-moving Monday. We had a lot going on. Col Wes Martin was with us. We're talking about the Iranian conflict. Jeff Herman was here. How to take care of your lawn in the dog days of summer. Very informative. Rich Guenzel. They're called Pronghorn, not antelope. Jessica Crowder running for House District 43. Jillian Balow running for U.S. House. She was here. Matt Rasmussen telling us all about snakes. Larry Morgan dropped in. Fascinating dude, Larry Morgan. Rags to riches story. Dan Starks, the man behind the Military Museum, and Ben Barto as we keep it all Du Bois in the final hour. That's going to do it for us on a Monday. See you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new